Hey guys, before we get started in this extremely long workshop video, I wanted to give you 2 tips to speed up the experience if you're dedicated to watching this whole thing. So first of all, YouTube has the ability to speed up the playback. So go into the gear icon on the bottom right and choose playback speed. It lets you go up to double speed. With Zach's voice, you can definitely get used to it if you desire to. Second tip, you can jump forward 5 seconds, let's say during a time when Zach is silently thinking about what he's going to do next. You can press the right arrow key on your keyboard to jump forward 5 seconds, and the letter L on your keyboard to jump forward 10 seconds. And for that matter, you can jump backwards 10 seconds with the letter J. Just a little trick that I use all the time on YouTube. Anyway, I hope that helps you get through this video faster if you're interested in the topic. So with that, let's get to it.
So to start with, so this is going to be kind of like a two-parter here. So Willie would like this broken into 2 parts here. So the first part is we want to find a minimum of 2 out of the 3, or 2 of the following here, right? So we actually have 3 indicators here. So we have 3 oscillator indicators, right? Double stochastics, the RSS, and the stochastic RSI. So we're looking for the 2 out of these 3 indicators to reach an overbought level or an oversold level on all of these oscillators here. So only 2 out of the 3, we need that, and that'll produce when that happens. And then we're going to take that signal, for the 2 out of 3 overbought, oversold indicators, and then we're going to look for a secondary condition here, which basically I guess I'd summarize it as a pullback in the indicator, a minor pullback, I should clarify. So actually I'll need to put some extra lines on these indicators here so we can visually see this minor pullback. But let's see, for example here, this might be an example here on the double stochastic. All right, so we can see the double stochastic reached the overbought, and then it did a minor pullback, right, as the trend kept going higher, and then reached, it looks like it reached the overbought area again. So this is the follow-up part, is to look for one of these oscillators to make this little minor pullback. All right, and we want to make sure it's not too deep of a pullback. So that's really the key there to this, is that it's just a minor pullback and not a really deep pullback. So here we go. For example, the double stochastics went into the oversold, and then it made a minor pullback here, just right. So we're looking for these minor pullbacks and not these deeper pullbacks. So let me take a moment here to put some extra lines on these indicators here so we can see these here. So let's see. All right, so 80 and 20. All right. Okay, so there's our lines identifying the minor pullback area. So, great, look at that. We got a perfect example right there. Our double stochastic goes into the overbought, makes a pullback, but does not break this pullback area, right? There's pullback value, and then goes back into the overbought area. Let's get started. All right, so let's get Bloodhound open. We'll use the tool or the button up here at the top of the chart here. And that'll open up Bloodhound for us. And first thing we want to do is put a file name in here, establish a file name. So I'm just going to use the change button, and then just put today's date in there. There we go. There. Okay, next I'm going to switch over to using the logic tab here. So we start working on the logic board, and then we want to make a new logic template. Right, there we go. So this is our logic template, and let's see here. What should we call this? Let's see. Actually, we're gonna break this into 2 parts, as I mentioned earlier. So this first part, we're just gonna look for the overbought and oversold. We're just gonna look for the 2 of 3 overbought, oversold conditions here. Yeah. All right. So we'll just stop with that. And then when we get to the more complex part, I will, let's see, I'll probably make a copy and make a new logic template here. So we have two separate logic templates. Yeah, that's kind of my game plan here, but we'll see how it goes. When people refer to this as a double crossover, it's usually they're looking for when the indicator crosses out of the overbought, oversold area, right? But we're looking when the indicators cross into this area, right? And that tells us that the indicator has reached the overbought, oversold area. So to do this double crossover type of condition, we're going to use a bunch of crossover solvers. So let's grab a crossover solver here, and I'll zoom in a little bit. All right, so let's start with some names here. All right, so we're looking for the double stochastics to cross up into the 90 area, right, into the 90 value. So input A, that'll be our double stochastics indicator. There we go. And let's see here. We're using an 18 period. All right. So let's adjust that. And there we go. All right, so the double stochastic only has a K. So we're good on the plots. We don't have to select that. All right, now input B, that's going to be basically our threshold value of 90, right? So that 90 is a threshold value. We're looking to see if the indicator reaches that 90 threshold level. So for that, input B is going to be a fixed value. And we can just type in our 90 level right there. And I'm just noticing here something. Yeah, something looks a little off. What did I do here? Oh, okay. I used the wrong values. Right. Okay, so actually we want the double stochastics to get to 95 and 5, not 90. So there we go. You know, I'm just looking at the signals here, and I'm noticing that I'm getting signals before the indicator crossed, right, the overbought line here, right? So I adjusted the indicator so that the overbought lines are at 95 and the oversold line down here is at 5. And I'm noticing, right, that my signals aren't matching up, right? So that's kind of the beauty of Bloodhound, is you can see right away if you did something wrong here. And that's just because I put in 90 and it should have been 95 there. So, all right, there we go. So now we can see, right, when the indicator crosses above 90 and then crosses down below 95, right, 95. But we're only interested in when the indicator crosses above, crosses up. That's why I put in the name here, crosses up. And just as importantly, we need to know what direction, what signal direction do we want. So here we go at the last part here. When it crosses above the high value, we want a short signal, right? So when we're crossing into the overbought areas, we want a short, right? But we're getting a long when crossing up. So what we're going to do is change our outputs here. So instead of crossing in direction, we're going to use the crosses against direction here. Use that. There we go. So now, when the double stochastic crosses up into 95 and above, we're getting our short signal. And so we want to get rid of the long signal here. And to do that, we're going to adjust our evaluate to, we only want to see the shorts, right? So when the indicator is crossing up into the overbought, we only want to see the short signals. There. All right, so there's one. There we go. So there's one, and let me see. Sorry, guys, I'm just noticing on Okay, on the Q&A window says, change the name to Cross Up 95. Oh, yeah, thank you. Good catch there, Willie. All right, 95. There we go. Yeah, it's good to make sure that you adjust the names as you make adjustments there. So, all right. So now to take a shortcut here, I'm going to go over to the Solvers tab, and I can select the crossover solver I just made, make a copy of it, and then this one, this is going to be the cross down to the 5 level, right? So this is going to be when the double stochastics crosses into the 5 level, or the oversold. So we can change input B to the 5 value, but then the evaluate, we want to reverse this. So now we want to see long signals, right? So when our double stochastic crosses down into the oversold, we want to see long signals. All right, so there we go. So there's that solver made for us. So now let's go back to the logic board. We're going to go to our solver nodes, go to existing nodes here, and there is that new solver I just made. So, all right, and let's connect that in. And there we go. So there we go. Our double stochastics crossing below the 5 level there. Now we need an OR node. So to combine both of these into like one singular condition, we need an OR node. And if we take a look at this OR node, there we go. There is our double crossover signals there for the double stochastics. So, all right. So with that, I'll just kind of go through and do the other indicators. Same thing, right? I'm just going to go through it a little faster here because the concept is all the same. So, all right. So, all right, let's grab another crossover. All right, so this is going to be the RSS indicator. There we go. And our settings, 5, 13, and 2. All right, so 5, 13, and 2. And the RSS only has one plot, so we're good to go there. And input B is a fixed value of 95, and then adjust our output, so we're using crosses against direction. And let's take a quick look at the chart. So there we go. There's our RSS crossing the 95. All right, that one's good to go. So next, let's make a copy of this. All right, so now we're looking for crossing down into the oversold area. Switch our evaluate. Switch our fixed value there. And yeah, that we should be good to go. And let's take a quick look. Yep, so there we go. There's our RSS crossing into the oversold level of 5. All right, let's grab another OR node. There is our RSS. Yeah, double crossover. Okay, so now let's do the stochastics RSI. And I'm going to do this completely from the solvers window here. All right, so for the Stochastics RSI, we're looking for 0.9 and 0.1. All right, so let's get our Stochastics RSI plugged in there. And the period was 13. All right, so it was a 13 period. Adjust that. Again, that's only one plot, so we're good to go there. All right, I think that does it. So I'm going to test that real quick before I go too far. Let's connect that in. Take a look at our chart. And yeah, all right, everything looks good. So back to the solver tab. Let's make a copy of that. So this is going to be the cross down into the 0.1 level. All right, change our evaluate to long only, and then the value is 0.1 here for input B, 0.1. Yeah, okay, that should be it. Let's put that new solver on the board. Let's move these all up a little bit there. And let's take a look here. Yeah, all right. So we have all of our double crossovers here, and let's just let's see here. Let's just add some names here. There we go. So remember, you can name every single node. You can rename it so you know what it's doing there. All right. So now we're looking for only 2 out of the 3. And let's see. All right. I'm just thinking I'm wondering if I'm going to need another OR node or not, but I don't believe I will. And I'll explain this here in just a moment, because we're going to get into a little discussion about these sliders. All right. So to do the 2 out of 3, we're going to start using these sliders here to control the output value. And so to do this, I'm going to use the additive node. All right. I'm going to use the additive node. I'm going to plug all of these into the additive node. Connect that up. And so to get 2 out of 3, we're going to take 1. So think of it. So the 1 is Bloodhound's output, right? If you look at Bloodhound's output here, right, it outputs a 1 for a long signal and a short signal, right? So Bloodhound's actually calculating 0% to 100%, right? And so when Bloodhound outputs a 1, that's 100% confidence that your condition has been met, right? And so with crossovers, either you have a crossover or you don't. So crossovers, is either a 0 or a 100%, right? But the other solvers, like most notably like a threshold solver here, you can get a percentage of a value, right? So that is Bloodhound's fuzzy logic ability there, right? So that's why Bloodhound has ranges from 0% to 100% or 0 to 1, because that is Bloodhound's fuzzy logic capability. But most people don't use that, but we're going to use that in a way for this 2 out of 3. So what I'm going to do is, since I have 3 indicators or 3 conditions, I'm going to take 100% and divide it by 3, and then multiply it by 2. Actually, no, sorry. I need 2 out of 3, so I'm going to take 100% and divide it by 2. So that's 50% each. So I need the value coming out of these OR nodes at 50%, right? Or 0.5, right? So from the additive node, I'm going to select the additive node, right? And I can see down here the connected nodes, right? Hopefully you guys can see where my cursor's at. Right here it says selected nodes. And so I can see I have the Double Stochastics OR node, the RSS OR node, and the Stochastics RSI OR node. That's another kind of advantage of naming your nodes here, is you can see those names show up on the sliders. And so what I'm going to do is knock this slider down. Actually, it's going to be easier if I just type in 0.5, right? 0.5 and 0.5. There. So now each of these OR nodes can only output a maximum value of 0.5 or 50%. But the additive is going to add them together. So if you get 0.5 plus 0.5, right, that's 2 of these indicators. Add them together and that gives you 100%, right? So that's how you get 2 out of the 3, right? So the third one doesn't need to have an output. But if you get 0.5 plus 0.5, you get 100%, right? And so, so you just take the same kind of math concept here, and that's how you could do like a 3 out of 4 or a 3 out of 5, right? You just simply have to do a little math to figure out, how many do you want, what value do they need to be so that the number of conditions you want to see will add up to 100%, right? So if you need 3 out of, so many, like 3 out of 5, well, 3 would be, you would set each of your nodes to 0.3, right? Or 0.34, 0.3, 0.34, either way, it'll get you close enough to 100%, right? So yeah, so if you wanted 3 out of 5, you would set each of these sliders to 0.3. And so you get 0.3 plus 0.3 plus 0.3, and that's 0.99, which is basically 100%. And that would give you 3 out of 5, or 3 out of however many you have, right? So with that here, let's stretch this out a little bit. So here on this bar, where we have a signal, we can see the Stochastics RSI and the Double Stochastics both crossed into their overbought on the same bar. Now, let me look for another situation here. Now, it could be that these indicators may not be synchronized so cleanly all the time. And all right, I'm going to see if I can find a situation here. Yeah, here we go. So, so we can see that the Stochastics RSI, it gets into the overbought on this bar here. And then the RSS takes a few bars, right? It waits a few bars, takes a few bars later. And then the Double Stochastics is the last guy to get in there, right? So there's a couple of bars delay here between the Stochastic RSI and the RSS, right? So if we look at this, right, we did not get a crossover. Well, we didn't get a signal when the RSS was, finally got into the overbought, and the stochastic RSI was still in the overbought situation there. So so we need to kind of take care of this situation here. So let's see here. I wasn't sure that there was going to be such a big, long delay like this between the indicators. So I think what I'm going to do is actually take another approach to this. All right. So using the crossover solvers really kind of requires the indicators to kind of line up very closely. But I think what's going to be better is if I actually use a bunch of threshold solvers here. So let's take a crack at this using another solution here. And all right, so let me get the double stochastics in here. All right, and so with the threshold solver, we're looking for 95 and 5, and got to remember for threshold C, that cannot be left at 0, right? So that needs to be a value somewhere in the middle between 95 and 5, and so an obvious easy one for this is just going to be 50, right? And so actually we want the opposite. There we go. Yeah. So you can see now what we're doing is the threshold solver is generating an output the entire time that our indicator is oversold or overbought, right? And then, so this is going to make it a little more straightforward. So when we get down to the stochastics RSI down here, right, the entire time that our stochastics RSI is overbought, we then just need to wait for the RSS to reach overbought, and then the additive node will add the two threshold solvers together, and we'll get a signal there, right? So with this first system I built here with the crossover solvers, what I would have to do is take the OR node and extend the signals. So in other words, when the stochastics RSI down here, when it crossed the 95, I would have to take that signal and extend it forward. Right here, let's take a look at this. So here, right, this short output here, I would have to take that and extend it forward, for X number of bars, and then I'd have to find a way to turn it back off if our stochastics RSI crossed out of that area, right? And that just makes it a lot more complicated, extending these signals and then turn them off and this and that. So So it's just going to be easier just to use the threshold solver. So, right. So let's see here. All right, so I have one threshold solver. And so let's go over here and to our solvers tab. And again, let's make a copy of this. And this will be our RSS indicator. Let's see, and again, that was 513.2. $513.2. There we go. All right, so let's put the RSS threshold solver on the board. There. And yeah, here we go. So we're looking at the middle indicator. So there we go. There's the overbought, oversold, right, or signals or outputs. Yeah. Okay, so now we just need to build one for the Stochastics RSI. All right, there's our indicator. Set the period to 13. All right, now let's get the threshold level set in here. There we go. So for C, I just use 0.5, right? That's somewhere in the middle between 0.9 and 0.1. And then set our outputs. And yeah, there we go. All right, so there's our Stochastics RSI in the overbought, oversold area. And so now I can grab another additive node here, connect these all in. And then I can adjust the sliders here. There. Okay. Now you'll notice, right, Bloodhound's output is going to be a fuzzy logic output. Right. So you notice that sometimes we'll get a 0.5 output here, right? And that's telling us that one of the indicators has reached overbought or oversold, and then we're just waiting for a second indicator to reach that. And then we'll get a full 100% signal here. Yeah, so here we go. On this bar, let's mark this. There. Right, so we had our Stochastics RSI and our RSS. Finally, both of them reached overbought, and we have our signal. And then let's see what happens over here. Oh yeah, so then a couple bars later, our Stochastics RSI and then the double stochastics also reached that. So, but we're going to, we can ignore. Yeah, we'll ignore that. Yeah, we'll ignore that. So yeah, we're going to need to kind of clean this up here. And to do that, let's see. Either I can use a signal blocker to do that, or some Boolean logic. let's see. I'm just kind of trying to think of all the scenarios here. And kind of try to figure. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need the signal blocker, because, yeah, actually this is a good example right here, right? So I get a short signal, and then a couple bars go by, and then another short signal, and so I definitely want to remove, yeah, this short signal here, yeah, until I get a long signal. At least I think, yeah. All right, so let's go with the signal blocker for now, and then, you know, if we find out it's not quite, you know, doing what we want, then we can replace the signal blocker. But actually it's more likely we're just going to need to adjust the settings of the signal blocker. So let's see here. We're going to block signals for, oh, probably 15 bars will be long enough. And let's see, we're not using the reset signal, at least not yet. And then we will want to, yeah, reset the signal blocker when an opposite signal comes in, right? So we'll leave that on true. And so if you look what we have now, let's see here. Here we go. All right. Let me do one other thing. Let me kind of explain what I'm seeing here. So I'm going to use the blocked output. I'm going to turn this on. And what this is, this kind of helps you debug your signal blocker. It helps you visualize when the signal blocker is blocking, right? So as you can see, it says blocked output. So what I'm looking at, right, is I have a long signal, and the signal blocker is blocking long signals. And then it turns off because right after 15 bars, it's no longer blocking. And then it turns off. And then we get another long signal here. But really, what I'm looking for is I want this short output here to actually turn the signal blocking off, right? And to do that, yeah, so to do that, I'm going to need to switch things up here a little bit. All right, so we're going to ignore the signal blocker for a moment, and we're going to take a step back to the additive node here. So remember the additive node, right? I took all the sliders and slid them to 0.5, right? So what that did is each of these solvers connected into it, it had their outputs modified, right? So this slider is modifying the output, right, of these solvers. So that slider doesn't modify the input connector, it modifies the output connector, right? So if I select this solver, and if you look up top, right, there's a slider up top. So the slider on the top is for the selected node. All right, so let's go, let me select the additive node here. So you notice the slider on the top, right, and it's colored, it has a slider. So this slider on the top is for the output. It's the output of the additive node. The sliders on the bottom here are the connected nodes, right? So if you look here, it says selected node versus connected nodes. So this is the selected node, right? That's the one I'm clicking on. You can see the outline. And so that's the slider for the output of the selected node. And then we have the sliders down here for the connected nodes. And of course, these guys are the connected nodes. So if I click on one of these, if I look at its slider, right, it's been set to 0.5. So these three solvers, their outputs have been reduced down to 0.5. But I think, I wonder if I'm overcomplicating this. Yeah, so my instinctive thought was to take these solvers here and restore their output to 100% again, right? So that way, with the signal blocker, the incoming signal can basically remain at 0.8. It's kind of default setting here. Yeah, so I'm trying to think if I really do need to restore the output of these solvers. And yeah, actually I do. I do need these solvers to be outputting a value of 1. And that's because of this system here, or this system here later on. Yeah, I'll probably need that. So what I'm going to do, so remember the additive node, it needs an input value of 0.5 for the additive to work, correctly, to find the 2 out of 3. But in other locations within the logic, I need these threshold solvers. I need them to output a value of 1, right? So I have a bit of a conflict here, and what I'm to resolve that, right? So you notice I just moved the sliders here for all 3 of these threshold solvers here. So I just restored their output back to 100%. And what I'm going to do is disconnect these guys, and I'm going to use an OR node. I can connect the OR node in like that. There. Now, when going back to the additive node, right? Now I can see I have a bunch of OR nodes connected here. So now I can adjust the OR node's output like so. There. So now the OR node, their output has been reduced to 0.5. But the threshold solvers, if I look here, their outputs are still at 1. Right? So I've kind of used the OR nodes as a proxy to get my reduced output for the additive node. Right? There. There. All right, so I can name these OR nodes here, and then when I select the additive node, there I can see the name of the indicator on the OR nodes, OR nodes. Sorry, there we go. There. All right, so now that we have restored the output of all of our indicators here, our threshold solvers, I can then, so now with the signal blocker, going back to the signal blocker, right, what I was wanting to do is that when I get this long signal here, when the indicators go into the overbought, I want to I want to reset the signal blocker. I want to turn the signal blocker off so it's not blocking the long outputs anymore. All right. Yeah, so to do that, let's see. Yeah, I'm going to grab an OR node, connect all those in, and then connect this OR node to the reset, right, to the reset connector. And on the resets, let's see here. There we go. I want reset opposite signal. So I'm going to set that to true. Right? So we have a long signal going into the signal blocker. Right? So the signal blocker is now blocking long signals, right? That's what that tiny little output is, right? Because remember, I'm using this blocked output, and I set it to 0.2. Here, I'll reduce it down to 0.1 there. So we can see that the long signals are being blocked, and then once one of these indicators goes into the overbought area, right, it's generating a short, which is opposite of the longs that are being blocked. So this opposite short signal is now resetting the signal blocker, which is blocking long signals. Right? And so the long signals is no longer being blocked. Right? So there we go. So now that's how we can get some nice clean signals for basically our 2 out of 3 double crossover kind of situation here. Right. And if we want to clean this up even further, yeah. So the next step is to get rid of this 50% output, right? This 0.5, and let's see, how can I do that? All right, not the long short modifier. All right, I think I'm gonna go to the signal extender. And well, yeah, I was thinking the signal extender is going to work because it has this signal threshold setting here. Well, I'm just trying to think of some solutions here. Yeah, to get rid of this 0.5, right? This 0.5 output here. So to clean it up. Let's see. Nope, that won't do it. All right, maybe the signal counter will do it for us. There we go. All right, so that's what I've used in the past. So I haven't needed to do this in a long, long time. So the signal counter, right, I can use this signal threshold to basically, you know, I'm using this signal counter for a totally different purpose here. And if you look at the chart now, the 0.5 output has been removed, and that's because of the signal threshold level here. Yeah, the signal threshold level. And then so we're not actually using the signal counter to count any signals. We're just using it kind of like as a scrubbing node here. And so I set the look back period to 1 and the count up to 1. And let's see here, the output style, I'll put it on digital just for good measure. Actually, it's since we're only counting up to 1 signal, yeah, the output style is not going to matter. So, but here we go. So, there we go. So we're kind of using the signal counter as a signal cleaner. And there, so there's, yeah, so we're only seeing an output from the additive node when it's at 100%, right? So, you know, so I can take that, feed that into the signal blocker, like so. There. All right, so now we have everything nice and tidy and really clean, super clean looking here. So let's go back to this area here. So let's see here. All right, so kind of back to this kind of sticky area here, right? So we had the Stochastics RSI cross into the overbought area way back here, and then we had to wait for the RSS to catch up, and then it finally does right here. So now we have our 2 out of 3 because the double stochastics has not quite reached the overbought, right? I think it took another 2 bars here, like right here, I think. Yeah, 2 bars later, it finally reaches overbought. All right, so here's our first 2 out of 3 getting there. And that's all we're looking for is the first 2 out of 3. And so we have a nice clean short signal marking the overbought. And then basically just wait until the first 2 indicators reach the oversold area. And let's see here. What? Oh yeah, so again, it looks like the Stochastics RSI, it hit the oversold very quickly, and then once the RSS also, that's our 2 out of 3 again. So the stochastic RSI and RSS were the first 2 indicators to reach oversold, and then it looks like the double stochastics takes a bar, 1 bar later it finally hits. So here we go. So here's our first 2 out of the 3 reaching oversold, and then we get that. Our long signal. And yeah. Okay, so that is part 1 of the question. All right, so we kind of have 2 ways of, tackling, this 2 out of 3 situation, this 2 out of 3 condition here. So the first one that I built, just to do a little recap here, right? The first one that I built using the crossover solvers basically requires your indicators it requires 2 out of the 3 indicators to cross into the overbought, oversold on the same bar, right? At the same time, right? So this is definitely a little more conservative, approach, right? A little more restrictive. And then the system down the bottom, which uses threshold solvers, you know, just basically it just waits. It just allows one indicator to go into, you know, the overbought, oversold area first, and then waits for the other one of the other indicators to catch up. Right. So, yeah. All right. So let me pause for a moment and just take a look at the Q&A window here. Let's see if we have any follow-up questions on this part one so far. So remember, this question here is a two-parter here. So we've just done part one, which is look for the 2 out of 3 indicator conditions, and then we're going to move on and basically kind of create a trend continuation signal here, right? So I guess I would classify this first part as identifying a trend reversal, right? So it's looking for overbought, oversold. So here are indicators. 2 of our indicators got into the oversold, and that's a potential trend reversal. And on this long signal, it definitely did end up being a trend reversal. Right? Sometimes these occur too soon. So this long signal here, right, wasn't the trend reversal. And this short signal was not, you know, this is the indicators going overbought, and so it didn't quite mark the trend reversal. Let's see if we get one later here. Yeah. So anyways, no luck so far, but then we get the indicators going oversold again for a trend continuation. So all right. Yeah, all right. So anyways, let me get back to the questions here. Great topic, Zach. All right, cool. Yeah, so Leo is learning. Yeah, so Leo's learning about the additive node today. Great. Yeah, you guys, you know, just remember there are a bunch of logic nodes here, right? So we have a ratio node, which is also basically a mathematical formula. The additive node, pretty straightforward, right? Just adds. And then, you know, you guys are probably all familiar with the AND and OR node. And then we have an XOR node. You know, so if you guys, you know, want to, you know, watch a quick little video on those logic nodes, let's go to our website here and we'll go support. And let me go to the documentation page. And then let's go to Bloodhound. Right, so this will take you to the Getting Started guide. And so if we scroll down, so we want to go past the quick start videos, go all the way down the bottom here. There we go, logic nodes. So here you go. Here's a video on the AND, OR, additive, and ratio. Let's see. It does not include the XOR. Yeah, the XOR came out actually much later. Yeah. So it doesn't include the XOR, but you know, if you just basically do a Google search for XOR logic, Google will pop up some good little charts, some charts, visual, you know, charts to help you explain and help you guys understand what an XOR node is. But as far as, you know, the additive and the ratio nodes, you know, here you can watch this video here to run through all the logic nodes again. So, well, and again, that is on our Getting Started page, right? So, right here, the very first page under the Bloodhound side menu. All right, so there you go. That was Leo's. Yeah, good good little side topic or side question there from Ryman. Ryman's asking, could you use 3 OR gates or 3 OR nodes to tie, basically to tie, to tie this 1 and 2, 2 and 3, and then 1 and 3 together. So what Ryman's talking about is when we're building this kind of 2 out of 3, could we use OR gates? But not OR, but yes, you can do it with AND nodes. Right, so we could do this. Let's see here. We'll build a quick little example here. I just need to grab a bunch of AND nodes. Let's see how many. I think I'll need a few more here. I guess we only need three of them. So you could do something like this with AND nodes, right? Basically connect up all the different combinations, and then finally we would funnel them all into an OR node. So we could do something like that. So this OR node will output basically the same as this additive node. Well, actually, it'll output the same as the signal counter, so our kind of cleaned up one. So this logic here is doing the same as this logic here. So that's another way that you could do this, right? Quite often there's usually two ways to kind of accomplish the same goal. So there you go, Ryman. All right, and let's see here, Joe. All right, and let's see. So Willie is just saying that was great. Okay, So Willie probably, what most people kind of get stuck on is resolving the issue of, one indicator lagging another indicator. So how do you wait for, the 2 indicators that might be lagging to catch up, to the first indicator that pops in. So that is probably the tricky part to when you're working with multiple indicators. That's probably the key condition there is waiting for, one indicator is always going to trigger first, and then how do you wait for the other indicators to trigger afterwards, do their condition afterwards. So so the threshold solver, basically that was my solution. Use the threshold solver, and with the threshold solver, right, you get an output the entire time that your indicator is overbought or oversold, and then your logic is a little more straightforward, right? So okay, I'm gonna delete this AND node logic here. So let's just use the button there. There we go. So this next part here. So we kind of have our initial initial condition, our initial prerequisite here. And so next we're going to, let me find a spot on the chart here first. It's going to be easier to understand if I can find someplace on the chart to explain this. Okay, I'm just kind of reading through this again here. I thought I had it clear in my mind, but actually, there's some parts here that are gonna get, a little complicated, but we'll just work through it slowly. So, that's the beauty of Bloodhound, is you can just kind of take your time and just work through it slowly. Since we can see the results on the chart instantly, it makes it so much easier just kind of work things out, test ideas, test out various ideas and work them out until you get the results you want. So before actually tackling these requirements head on, I'm going to do I always like to do the easier parts first. Just kind of get your mind, into the problem, kind of like easing yourself into a cold pool, right? Slowly ease yourself into it, wading into a creek. You just let your body get used to the cold water, and then it doesn't feel cold anymore. So, same thing with, when building some logic here, I kind of like to just work on the easy stuff first, and then your mind just kind of slowly gets up to speed, and your mind just kind of gets into the whole thing. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to build this kind of failure detection signal, right? And so what's the failure here is that, right, we need to make sure that the indicators, right, do not retreat less than 80 or 20, right, or 0.8 or 0.2 on the indicators, right? So we're looking, so the second part is looking for a pullback. And here, you know what? We really need to focus on the indicators here. So we're looking for an indicator to make a pullback. And I have one here, right? Here's a pullback, but it did not exceed, right, the white line, which is 0.2. Right? So we need to make sure that the indicators don't retreat, right, too much, right? The indicators can make a little blip of a pullback, but not too far. And so that's what the white lines are. Is basically if the indicators retreat back to the white lines, then that's a failure of the retreat, condition here, right? So I guess you could kind of think of this as kind of like a little pullback retreat type of pattern here that we're looking for. So here we go on the Stochastics RSI. We have a little pullback, and actually we have another one here. Here's another one, and we want to make sure that the other two indicators don't pull back too far. So I'm going to make this, make a little logic here that's going to identify when the first indicator does pull back too far, right? When it breaks, when the indicator exceeds this pullback level, we'll make that into a signal, and then that signal can then be used to kind of nullify right the rest of the logic here that's looking for this little pullback. So that'll be the easier part. All right. Let's see. All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna make a copy of this. So we'll just kind of leave this. We'll just leave this 2 out of 3 logic as a standalone here, and as a topic unto itself. And then I'm going to make a copy of this. And then our copy, let's see, will be, let's see, what should we call this? There we go. All right, something like that, I guess. So this will be our 2 out of 3, and then with a minor pullback here. And so I'm going to get rid of the crossover solvers. We don't need that. And then I'll just move this up like so. Let's reorganize this a little bit. There. Okay. Get that saved. All right, so to build our, basically our kind of failure, our pullback failure detection, let's see, what will I need? I could use crossovers or threshold solvers. And I'm gonna go with, yeah, let's see, I'm gonna go with threshold solvers. Oops. Yeah, I'm gonna go with threshold solvers because if any of these indicators, eventually pulls back too far, then that's a failure. So let's see if I can find an example. No, there's not one right here. No, I don't have one here, but so I'll just go for it. Okay, so I'm going to need basically some new threshold solvers, and I want to look for the indicators to be inside the two white lines, right? Inside those two values there of the white lines. So I will take a shortcut and take the threshold solvers that I already have, make some copies of them, like so. There. All right, so the values are 80 and 20, 0.8, 0.2. Well, let's adjust the names first. So we're looking for the indicator to go in between 20 and 80, right? So for our outputs, this is what we want, right? We want outputs when the indicator is in between our values, right? So, okay, there's that. And let's adjust the other solvers here. There. All right, so that's our Double Stochastics RSS, and then the Stochastics RSI is going to be 0.8 and 0.2. There. There. All right, so there's our three threshold solvers, and let's put those on the board. All right, so we're going to go to our solver nodes, existing nodes, and there's 1, 2, and our third indicator. Now, all it takes is just one of these indicators to move into that area, and then this, and then the system fails, or the setup fails, I should say. So we can just do, oh, sorry, not an AND node, sorry. I want an OR node. So let's convert this over here to an OR node. Right, here's a little tip that you don't see very often. but if you right click on your logic node, you'll see that there is a not invert option. So if you're really into Boolean logic, you'll know what that is. There's hedging here as well, which I'm not going to get into. But then probably more practical, which you guys might use more often than not, is this change. So I can change this AND node into an additive, ratio, or an OR node, or XOR. So I want this to be an OR node. There we go. There. So what this tells me is whenever any of these three indicators, right, enter into, I guess, kind of the no man's land, right, I'm going to get an output, and that means that the whole setup process has failed, right? So this little pullback, pullback, secondary pullback signal has failed because one of the indicators pulled back too much. So, all right, there's that. Let's see, what should I call this? All right, something like that. There. Okay, let me pause for a moment, look at the Q&A here. Okay. All right, yeah, so Willie wants to make some adjustments to his logic here. All right. Yeah, so Willie would like to actually use 60 and 40. That way, I guess it looks like it's going to be easier to generate some more signals here. There we go. Okay, so we'll use 60 and 40, and then 0.6 and 0.4, and 0.6, 0.4. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's go into these solvers here, and let's adjust those quickly. There we go. 60 and 60. And then 40 and 40. Adjust the other one. There's 60, 40, 40. And then our last indicator. There. All right, so there's that adjustment. And then, let's see, Willie's asking, how do you make the logic page large and small? Okay, so I think Willie's asking, how do you zoom in and out of the logic board here? Yeah, so this green area is what we refer to as the logic board, right? To zoom in and out, you just use your mouse wheel, right? The wheel on your mouse. So if you don't have a wheel on your mouse, you're not going to be able to do, well, yeah, your mouse has to have a scrolling function. So for some mice, if you don't have a wheel, then I think some mice, you might use the control key and like go left or right or up and down, something like that. But yeah, you'll have to check, if you don't have a wheel on your mouse, then you'll have to check, with the documentation on your mouse and see if it has a scrolling function built into your mouse, and that's how you zoom in and out. So, okay, so there we go. Let's see. So, all right. So there's the zooming question. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Also, just another little tip here, guys. This happens rarely, but sometimes, on a rare occasion, people have lost. Let's see. Actually. Oh, that's really good. Okay. I didn't even realize Jeremy had really fixed this problem, but Yeah, so it looks like there's actually a zoom limit. So you can only zoom out so far now. But yeah, in previous versions, you could zoom out, and infinitely zoom in. There were no zoom restrictions, and a couple of times some people have lost their logic. Their logic would be, way out there, and they'd be zoomed so far out that you couldn't see anything. And they just totally got lost where their logic was by accident. So if that ever happens, somehow you accidentally pan over to the side, right, and you can't find your logic, well, this button right here is recenter the view. So you click that, and it restores the default zoom level and center. So it recenters it, and it restores your zoom level back to the default settings, right? So that's how you can find your stuff again if you ever get lost. Just hit the recenter there, and boom, you're back to the default, viewing place here. So, but yeah, hopefully that won't happen anymore, because now I can see that you can only zoom out so far now. So yeah, that was actually a good secondary way to prevent that problem of zooming out too far. So yeah, so if you have an older version of Bloodhound, yeah, you might notice that you can really zoom out infinitely far, and your logic just completely disappears. Yeah. Okay, so there you go. Another little tip of the day. So, let's see. All right, so we have our failed setup logic here done, and so let's see here. Let's see what else what I want to take on next here. Yeah. All right. So to detect when one of the indicators kind of leaves the overbought, oversold area, let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with some crossover solvers this time to detect when one of the indicators basically recedes the overbought, oversold area. Yeah. So, let's see. How am I gonna do this? Yeah, I do have a bunch of crossover solvers already. So let's make some copies of these, and we'll just, I'll do it this way. I'll make some copies and just modify them. All right, so for the double stochastics, this is going to be a cross down, right? So I want to know when the double stochastics, right, is leaving the oversold area. Let's see, let's go down here, right? So I want to know when our double stochastic leaves the oversold area, right? And so for this, it's going to be when the indicator crosses up and leaves the area, right? So essentially, I'm taking these crossover solvers and I'm kind of reversing them in a way here. So I'm looking for a cross up of the 20 level or 20 value, and I'm going to reverse the output here as well. All right, so that's the double stochastic, and let's put that on the board. let's see. All right, so since we adjusted, oh, sorry, hold on. Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, I want to know when it, not 80 and 20, but 95 and 5. Sorry, guys. Hold on, let me adjust these back. There. There we go. All right, let's get my numbers mixed up here. There, so I'm just going to edit the text here to match the new values. There. All right, there we go. So now these signals look better. Yeah, so when our double stochastic leaves the oversold, right, now I know that so I'm going to use this signal here to start. I'm going to need this signal in the next, for the logic, of this next part here. Right. So, all right. So I'm just going to have to repeat this for all three indicators, and let's see. All right. So I guess, yeah, we could call this kind of like a cross out signal, right? So the indicator is crossing out of the overbought, oversold area there. So let's go and do the same thing for the other two indicators here. There. So since I'm not changing the values, since I'm not kind of changing the threshold levels, really all I need to do is change my evaluate. There. All right, I think that does it. Let's go and test it. All right, this is the RSS. All right, yep, that looks good. And now the double stochastic. Or I'm sorry, that was the Stochastics RSI. There. Okay, so all we need is one of these indicators to cross out of the overbought, oversold area. All right, so that's why I've put them all into an OR node. And if you know your Boolean logic, I could have actually taken all these solvers and connected them into just one OR node, if I wanted to, and it would have been the same. So I don't actually need these extra 3 OR nodes. I could just connect everything, drop everything into one OR node if I wanted to. But this just visually looks a little nicer. So all right, so let's see, what shall we tackle next? So we just did this part here. So at least one of the indicators, right, that's reached the extreme area, recedes. So we've done one of the indicators receding outside of the overbought or oversold area. And we have B, which is to make sure that the indicators don't pull back too far or don't retreat too far. Okay, so now C, so we need one indicator to stay in the extreme area. And then look for an indicator to re-enter the area. Oh, all right. So let's see. Well, I guess, let me see if I can find this on the chart. All right, yeah, it looks like actually this area right here is going to work out for us. Yeah, it looks like this is going to generate a signal in here. So the double stochastics remains in the oversold. Let's see, the RSS, it leaves the oversold. But our stochastics RSI, we can see it, so it leaves the oversold, makes its little pullback, and then goes back into the oversold. Yeah, so our stochastics RSI is doing our little pullback, and our double stochastic is remaining in the oversold area. Okay. So let's see. Right, so I'm going to mark the bar here, where we get the 2 out of 3 indicators. So this is our prerequisite here of 2 of the 3 indicators going into the oversold area. Right. So this is our setup, our prerequisite setup, and so we need to take this signal and extend it forward in time, right, to allow one of the indicators to do its little pullback and then move back into the oversold area, right? So we got to take this first condition and extend it forward in time so that the other conditions can occur as well. So let's take, now I'm going to use a signal extender for this. A lot of times you'll see me using a look back because the look back is just a lot simpler. But in this particular case, I need the signal extender. And the reason why, let's zoom in here. There. And the reason why is because the signal extender can be turned off, right? It can be reset. And so remember, we have this kind of failure situation, right? If we get an indicator, hitting, if an indicator, moves too far, right, it fails the whole setup process. So since we have this, kind of failure condition, and actually, I guess I will need to move this back up top here. So I can take this, kind of failed setup logic and connect it, there we go, connect it into the reset of the signal extender, right? So the signal extender, let's take a look here. Actually, that looks like, reset signal. Oh. Yeah, well, it looks like the default settings for the signal extender are working. So I may not have to change anything on the signal extender, except maybe the extend signals 4. But let's kind of walk through this and so we can understand why I'm using the signal extender. So yeah, let's look at my little arrow here, right? So this is the bar that, right, this is the bar that we get our little setup signal from. Let's see here. Let's rename this here. All right. So this is basically our 2 out of 3, right, setup signal. Right, marked right there. And then we're using the signal extender, right, to take that setup and extend it forward in time. And then we can look for the pullback. And with the pullback logic, right, combine the pullback logic with this extended setup signal. And when we combine the two, then we know both conditions. That's our final condition, right? When both conditions occur. So getting back to the kind of this failed setup logic here, what that's doing is it's turning our signal extender off. And let's see, probably if we look at these shorts here, this is probably a good example. Let's see, actually, you know what? I need to adjust these lines here to match the the new values that we're using. So let me go in and do that. And there we go. All right. So now our white lines are adjusted. So let's look at the short signals here, right? So we have our, right, so this was our, let's see, it looks like, yeah, so it looks like the RSS, was the last, or was the second indicator to go into the oversold. So we had the Stochastics RSI oversold, then our second indicator goes oversold, and so we get our prerequisite setup signal. And then the signal extender, right, starts extending, but then our Stochastics RSI, right, it crosses the white line, right, that failure value. So that, and that's coming from our failed setup, our signals here for the failed setup. And so when the Stochastics RSI crosses 0.6, right, we had a failed setup. So there's not gonna be any kind of pullback for the overbought setup, right, for the overbought situation, right. And so the signal extender basically was turned off. And so, so without our prerequisite signal, then we can't get a pullback signal. Right. So looking at this area over here, right, our RSS is the second indicator to go oversold. We extend that oversold signal forward in time, and we get our pullback. We get our pullback, and now we just need to look for the cross back in. And when we get that cross back in, right, we're going to take that logic, combine it with this extended signal, and then we'll get our finalized pullback cross back in signal. So, so the point is that if our extended signal gets turned off too soon, then if the indicator crosses back in, it's a failed, right? It's a failed setup because our extended signal was turned off, right? This output was turned off. I wish I really kind of had a good example here. So I'm just trying to find some a good example, kind of a failed pullback setup. Here we go. All right, so our stochastic RSI goes overbought. Our double stochastic is the second indicator. It goes overbought. The stochastic RSI, it makes a pullback, and let's see, look at that. It makes a pullback, and it doesn't fail. However, the RSS failed, right? The RSS, we can see, pulled back too far, and so it fails. Yeah. And let me just let's see here. So I'm setting the signal extender to extend for 10 bars, just to make sure here, right? Here, let's take a look at this. So there. All right. So the stochastic RSI is overbought. Double stochastic goes overbought, and so we get our setup. And then our signal extender is going to extend that for 10 bars. But it only goes, right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bars, because our, let's grab a little circle here. There we go, right? Our RSS fails the setup, right? The RSS crosses into that no man's land, and it fails the setup. Even though our stochastic RSI made this pullback, and it did cross back in to the oversold, right? But it's not going to work out because our extended, setup signals were turned off, right? They were killed because we had a failure. So even though, so the logic that's going to detect, right, the logic that'll detect this crossing back in, it'll produce, right, it'll produce a signal, but when we combine it with our extended signal here, right, we're not going to get anything. So, there. And all right, so actually looking through this, I noticed here something, Willie, that you didn't actually cover. Let's see here. Let me put this. I think our signal extender probably only needs five signals. Yeah, maybe 6. Let's just do 6 for good measure. And okay, yeah. So here's kind of 2 examples. So maybe this does not matter, but I just want to double check here. So Willie, let's use this overbought situation here. So our indicators on the bottom here are overbought, but the double stochastic is really lagging behind, and it's still in the oversold area. So I'm just wondering if that matters. If that matters in any way. I guess, like here, this long signal here is another good example. So we possibly could have had a pullback on the stochastic RSI, but the double stochastics was in this no man's land. So currently the way the logic's set up is that because this double stochastics was lagging so far behind, right? It was in this no man's land that it would have failed this. Actually, it did fail this setup here. So if you notice, we don't have an extended signal. So this is our setup signal. So our stochastic RSI is oversold, and then our RSS goes oversold. So this is the second indicator, oversold. And normally, right, we would take this setup signal and it gets extended 6 bars, but because our double stochastic is in this no man's land, it failed this setup, right? So I'm just wondering if, is that this kind of situation wasn't covered in your description of the system here. So I'm just wondering, what to do about this. And I'm just kind of wondering if we really even can do anything with the logic. Yeah, we can. All right. Yeah, we can do this. So we could make our oops, there we go. So we could take the setup logic and add more requirements to it. So we could make sure that when we get the setup signal, that at least the third indicator, well, all 3, when we get the setup, we know that two of the indicators are overbought, oversold, and we could make sure that the third one is outside of this no man's land, at least outside of this no man's land. Yeah, we could do that. So, if we need to, we could do that. Yeah, so we could fail, we could block this 2 out of 3 setup signal because the double stochastic is in this no man's land. So we can do that if we need to there. Yeah, so Willie, do you have any thoughts on that? All right, Willie's saying that's okay. All right, so we'll just leave it as it is. Okay. So, all right, so let me see. Let's see, figure out where are we moving on to next. Okay, yeah, so C. So, yeah, we need to continue on with C. All right, so we need at least one indicator to stay in the extreme area. There we go. All right, so here's where I was working before. All right. Well, actually, it looks like this area here it's going to fail. So I can see. So what I'm looking at, guys, let's understand what I'm looking at here. All right, so this OR node, yeah, it's being, it's doing a, yeah, it's telling us when at least one of the indicators is overbought or oversold. And so for C, we need at least one indicator, to remain overbought or oversold. And so what I'm looking at here is when our stochastic RSI makes its little pullback, actually none of the indicators remain overbought or oversold. So yeah, so that basically, yeah, kills the signal. Yeah, so I need our signal extender. I need to, that actually, yeah, the signal extender needs to be turned off when all 3 of these indicators leave, right, the overbought, oversold extreme area. So, yeah, so let's see, let's get that working first, or let's get that, that kind of safety check put in here first. Let's see here. All right, so I'm just going to figure out how I'm going to do this. How am I going to do that? So my challenge here is to take this non-signal area and, yeah, take this non-signal area and turn it into a signal. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna use a kind of a standard Boolean logic here that I use quite a bit from time to time. Yeah, let me get this out of the way. There we go. All right. So every once in a while, I get asked to make an exit signal when a series of signals comes to an end. Then people want the end of a long series of signals. They want the bar afterwards to be an exit signal. All right. So that's what I'm going to do is when these three long signals basically come to an end, right? So the first bar that has no signal, I'm going to turn that actually into a signal. And this is commonly used for creating an exit signal. So yeah, so I can use that logic for this. And I'm just going to whip this together quickly. There. All right, let me mark all this. There. All right, so I've marked the three long signals where they are. And so now let's take a look at my little kind of exit signal logic here, right? So we can see, right, when on the bar that those signals came to an end, it's generating a signal. So this is telling me that all three indicators have, or no, I shouldn't say all three, but it's telling me that there is no indicator in the oversold area anymore, right? So actually, yeah, this is correct. All right. So if at least one of the indicators stays in the oversold area, then this signal will not be generated. But on this bar, we can see the double stochastic, the RSS, and the stochastic RSI. All three of them left that oversold area, and it generated a signal. Right. So basically, this, if at least one indicator stays in the extreme, so that has failed on this bar. Actually, on all three of these. So, yeah, all three of these here areas. So, yeah, so if that doesn't happen, then here we go. So if all the indicators leave the extreme, all right, then we need at least 2 to enter back in. Right. Let's see. All right, well, we haven't gotten there, but actually we can see here our double stochastic and the stochastic RSI do go back into the oversold. So we do have at least 2 re-enter. Let's see. Yeah, we do. Okay. So we have a backup, a backup here condition in case, but yeah. So if at least one of the indicators stays in the overbought oversold, then we only need one indicator to re-enter the overbought oversold extreme. So this is basically, this is telling us whether all of them left or if there's at least one still in there. So that's what's kind of coming out of this. All right, so I'm just, I need a moment to kind of think how I want to approach this next. Okay, so really what we have here, and let's look at this from a different point of view. So really, C is one signal condition, and then D and E are really a whole new signal situation, a whole new signal setup, right? So basically they're 2 different requirements need to happen. So as far as the logic goes, we're going to have to build separate logics for each of these different scenarios. So we'll just stick with C for now, and then we'll build another set of logic on the side that will address D and E, the conditions for D and E's signal. Let's see here. All right, so getting back to where we were. All right, so this, let's see here. Let's name this XOR node. So there. All right, so this node here, when we get a signal, we know that all the indicators have left the overbought oversold. And so that's basically going to fail, right? That's going to cancel the logic for C, right? And so I want to put that, into an OR node. Let's see, let's put that into an OR node, that into an OR node. There. All right, so looking at our signal extender, what we're looking at, right, is we have our kind of like our pre-setup, right? We get 2 out of 3 oversold indicators, and so we extend this forward in time, waiting for the possible pullback, or a failure, or if one of the indicators goes into the no man's land and fails the setup, right? So we have a signal extender, and we know that, where my cursor's at on this bar, all 3 indicators leave the oversold area. And so that's going to fail, right? That's going to fail C. That's going to fail the signal that C creates, right? And so with this OR node, I'm going to connect it into the reset, and bingo. Our signal extender turns off So that means we can't get a signal for condition C, right? Or for rule C, right? So, yeah, so here, let's name this signal extender. Let's see. There. All right, so this signal extender, yes, it's going to be used for basically for C, to find at least where we need it, where we need at least one indicator to be overbought or oversold. All right, so I'm going to have to find another spot on my chart here. Where we might get a signal. So I'm going to close that out. What is that? Here. Yeah, it looks like, so it's kind of good that I'm scanning through the chart here. So it looks like our signal extender should go a little bit longer here, right? Because I'm looking at the RSI, it makes a little pullback, but it still remains right in the oversold area, and then it does actually dip back in to the oversold extreme. You know, so so it is. So I can see that it might take the indicators a little bit longer to make a little pullback before going back into the over extreme here. And I'm also looking at the double stochastic, and it remains oversold for a long period of time too. Now, of course, the RSS, it did fail it, but still, what's important here is that the double stochastics remained oversold for much longer than the signal extender is extending for, and our stochastic RSI also took longer to do its little pullback before re-entering the oversold. So I'm going to take our signal extender and let's see. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Signal extender. And I don't know, what do we need? 12 bars maybe? Yeah, let me... Oh. Let's see. Yeah, looks like 12 bars is good. So I guess just for good measure, let me add 2 extra bars just in case. 2 extra bars just in case. There. All right, so that's 11 bars, 12 was actually extra. So yeah, 14 should be fine. All right. Yeah. And so what actually ended, or what actually reset the signal extender was that, yeah, all 3 of our indicators left the oversold area. Remember, so I still have one reset going into this or one resetting signal going into the signal extender. So let's connect that other one back in, and there we go. Okay. All right, so we got sidetracked by discovering one thing that that we could fix here, or one thing that we can improve. So now our signal extender turns off here because the RSS enters into the no man's land right there. So but if the RSS had somehow managed to stay in this oversold, then our signal extender would have carried on longer to possibly, to wait for the stochastic RSI to go back into this oversold. All right, so anyways, that was a little side project here. So let me continue on and see if I can find an actual location that'll generate a signal here. All right, I think I found one. Yeah, this is looking good. All right, there's our little pullback. All right, so we can see the RSS is the second indicator to go into the oversold. So there's our pre-setup, or prerequisite. Then we get our pullback, and the double stochastic, it is remaining oversold. So we have at least one indicator that's remaining oversold. Yeah, because our RSS does eventually leave oversold, but we got the double stochastic still is good, and then our stochastic RSI pulls back and then re-enters. All right, so let's work with this here. Okay. All right, so what I'm looking for is I'm looking for some kind of output here, right? That's telling me one of that an indicator pulls back in to the oversold, and oh, okay. I'm getting ahead of myself here. So first I need to get to the point of detecting one of the indicators, right? And all right, so yeah, so Willie, here's kind of another another clarification that's needed here. But first, yeah, let me kind of clean up the Q&A window here. Let's see. All right. So Willie's saying, so the stripe at 508 is what he's looking for. 508. Let's see. Well, sorry, Willie. Yeah, I guess you must have. Yeah, you wrote that quite some time ago. So I don't. Yeah, I lost whatever that stripe was at 508. Let's see here. All right, so let's get rid of that. All right, looks like Mark has some questions, and let's see. All right, well, Willie had to leave, so okay, I'm just going to make some judgment calls to wrap the rest of this up. All right, well, okay, well, so let's go back to where we were, and we'll just make some judgment calls and kind of make this simple here. I'll just keep it simple. Let's see here. All right, yeah, so I'm going to assume that the indicator that makes the pullback also needs to be the indicator that re-enters. Needs to re-enter into the oversold area. So, all right, so this logic here that's been sitting down here, this was built to identify when an indicator, right, leaves the oversold, overbought area, all right, for a possible pullback there, right? So, so we have a short signal here when the stochastic RSI leaves the oversold to make a possible pullback. All right, and the same with the RSS. It had left here as well. So the RSS could have made a possible pullback, but as we can see, it looks like the stochastic RSI is going to be doing all of the pullbacking and re-entering since it's the one that's moving the quickest. But what I need to do is I actually set this up incorrectly. So I'm getting a short signal here. So when the indicator leaves, I'm getting a short signal. But I actually want a long signal, right? Because remember, we go back here, our prerequisite signal, right, our setup signal is long. Yeah, so we're ultimately looking to generate a long when the indicators are oversold. So this logic down here also needs to generate a long. So let me go in through this and adjust everything quickly. Let's see. Oh, yeah. There. So I just need to change the outputs like so on all of these. Or actually, yes. Yeah. I need to, yeah. I was hoping maybe I could use this for dual use. That I could get two uses out of this one logic, but no, I won't be able to do that. All right. Yeah, so I do actually need to reverse the evaluate and change the output as well. So let me go through and change the evaluate on all these. Yeah, all right. So let's kind of run through what we're seeing here. So this short signal, where the cursor's at, stretch this out a little bit. There we go. This short signal is coming from the double stochastics, right? We can see it is leaving the overbought area. And so we're getting a short signal. Because remember, when the indicators are overbought, we're wanting to generate a short signal there. And so now, getting to the indicators in their oversold area. So now down here, whenever the stochastic leaves the oversold area, right? So remember, when an indicator leaves the oversold, that's telling us that there might be a potential pullback, right? So leaving, right, here we go. RSI is leaving. Another long signal, RSI left the oversold. RSI left the oversold again, another long signal. Also, the RSS left the oversold, right, on the same bar as the RSI. And let's see, what do we have here? Okay, here we have the double stochastics left. It's oversold. And then the next one, the RSI left, it's oversold. Okay, so this basically this signal for the signal that finds the indicators crossing out of their oversold, overbought. Here, let's go ahead and put that in here. There. So there's that logic, and all right, so taking a step back, here is our prerequisite, setup signal here. We get two indicators going oversold, 2 out of the 3. So we have our extended signal, and then so next I'm going to combine the indicator crossing out. Yeah, the indicator crossing out for the pullback. I'm going to combine that in. And so if I take an AND node, and everything's going to start getting a lot smaller. Let's connect that in, and this in. All right, so there is our indicator crossing out for the pullback. Now we need to look for the same indicator crossing back into the oversold. All right, so we're going to grab another signal extender. All right. So I guess I'll just call this kind of like our pre-pullback signal. And we're going to put that into a signal extender. And all right, so we're just going to extend this. Actually, let's just extend it for 2. Yeah. There. And I'm going to turn off all the resets for now. Yeah. Actually, we do need some resets here. yeah, so once, yeah, so when the indicator, right, when one of the indicator moves out of the oversold, you know, we do need to turn this signal extender off, right? We need to kill this signal, you know, definitely if, yeah, actually, yeah, we need to use the same conditions here. There. All right. There. All right, so just to recap, you know, what is this reset? You know, right, so this reset is two things. So if all the indicators leave the yeah, so remember, at least one indicator needs to stay in the oversold extreme area. Right? So if all three leave, well, that fails the setup, right? And then also, what was the other one? Oh yeah, and then also, if one of the indicators goes into this no man's land, right? Remember, the white lines are marking the no man's land. So there's two ways that could fail the whole setup signal, right? An indicator going into the no man's land, and if all three indicators leave the oversold, overbought area, that also would fail it. So that's our resets here. So we would want to kill this signal extender as well, based on those conditions. So, all right. We have let's see if I can grab this. There we go. All right, so we have the indicator, yeah, crossing out. Our double stochastic remains in the oversold, so that's our one indicator here. So remember, for C, we need at least one indicator to remain extreme, right? So that's our double stochastic remaining in the oversold. And so now we need to look for the RSI, or stochastic RSI, to cross back in to the oversold. And that is going to be yeah, so I said that I was going to require that the same indicator that crossed out crosses back in. So I think, yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna enhance this logic to actually look for the crossing out and crossing back in. So this logic will do two things. It'll look for the cross out and the cross back in. Or actually, all right, yeah, so I was wondering if I really need to look for the crossing out, or can I just look for the cross back in? And I do need to look for the cross out and cross in, and the reason why is because look at this. Remember, it was the RSI, the RSS, and the RSI generated the prerequisite, right, oversold, and then it was a bar or two later. Finally, the double stochastics crosses into the oversold. So I want to make sure that, I don't want this crossing in, right? I don't want this indicator crossing in to accidentally fire off, right, a false signal, right? So yeah, to do this properly, the indicator needs to cross out first and then cross back in. So if I only looked for the cross in, then we could get a false positive signal here, right? We could get a fake out false signal here. Yeah, so I'm going to have to build a logic that looks for the same indicator to cross out and cross back in. And that, yeah, that is an absolute confirmation of the indicator pulling back and then moving back in to the overbought, oversold. So I'm going to have to tweak this logic here to accomplish this goal. So let's see. Actually, just get rid of that. All right, so we're just going to focus on this logic here for a little while. All right, yeah, so I'm going to need another set of crossover solvers, right? So these crossover solvers are looking for the indicator to cross out of the overbought, oversold areas. So I need my original crossover solvers that look for the indicator to cross into the overbought, oversold. And I already have all those, thankfully, from earlier. And so, yeah, so let me just drop those back onto the board here. So if you remember, I deleted them at the beginning. Yeah, at the beginning when I created this logic template, I had deleted all that. And so I will now just add them back in and rebuild it. All right, there. So if we, right, so this, let's see here. Let me name this OR node here. There. All right. So I have logic that finds the RSI crossing out of the oversold, overbought, and then I have crossover solvers detecting when the RSI crosses into the over, right? So that's what we're seeing here. This long signal is the stochastic RSI crossing into this, right? Crossing into the overbought, oversold, right? There you go. Stochastic RSI crossing into, crossing into, crossing into, crossing into the oversold, right? And then this one up here, again, that's our stochastic RSI crossing out of, crossing out of, crossing out of. And if you notice, right, they're all long signals because our goal is, again, remember the ultimate goal is to generate a long signal when our indicators go oversold, right? So this is a counter trend, right, a counter trend signal. So both the crossing out and crossing in to the oversold are all long signals, right? So these crossover solvers they're all set up slightly different, right? And mainly it's the output, right? So on one of them, the output is the cross in direction, And for the others, so the cross in, we're using crosses against direction for the output of the crossover solver. All right, so that's how we're able to get long signals when our indicator crosses up and crosses down. All right, is just by changing our outputs here. So, and we also did adjust the evaluate as necessary too. So, all right, so let's finish whipping this together here. All right, there we go. All right, so starting with the cross out, right? So here's the indicator crossing out of the oversold, and I need to extend this a couple bars to wait for the cross back in, right? So we can see sometimes that cross back in might take a couple bars. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'll just use the look back node to do this. So the look back node, we're going to turn the displacement off, and let's just look back for 3 bars. I think that should be enough. All right, and then let's give this a name here. There. All right, so that took our cross out condition and extended it for 3 bars. And so next, we need an AND node. And combine that with our cross back in. So there we go. And so, you know, when you look at this, it looks like, well, all we're seeing is the cross back in, right? Well, no, because look, when the stochastic RSI crossed in the first time, right, it was ignored. So the first cross in is ignored because right, that's not a pullback cross in. So it's only when we get the cross out and then cross back in that completes like the indicator pullback. All right, crossing out and then crossing back in. So, all right, so I just need to duplicate this logic. Now, I don't think we're going to get any RSS crossing back in. I don't think that's ever going to happen with the RSS. It doesn't look like it does ever do that. Well, let's see. Where did I see that? Yeah, it looks like maybe it does right there. Let's see. Is that a cross back in? Yeah, it does. So Yeah, so the RSS, right, it crossed in, then it crossed out, and then crossed back in. So it is, yeah, it does look like it is possible. So let's see. There. All right, so just finish naming a few of these war nodes. All right. So the RSS, yeah, doing a little pullback, crossing back in. Now, definitely it takes more than 5 bars, as we can see here. Let's see how many it does take. This one took at least 8 bars. So let's just do a 9 bar look back. And yeah, there we go. So there is our signal for the RSS doing a little pullback there. And let's see if it does. No, it's too much. I'll see if I can find some others. Almost. It didn't quite cross in. Almost again. No, actually. Let's see. Yeah, it didn't quite get there. All right, good. Here's another one. So RSS, yep, crosses in, oversold, makes a little pullback, and then crosses back down, back into the oversold. There we go. Doesn't happen that often. All right, well, let me move on to the double stochastics. And actually, here's a good spot. So we can see the double stochastics crosses out and crosses back in. So let's move over here. Let's grab another look back. Okay, so now the question is for the double stochastics, how many bars, does it take for the double stochastics, to do its little pullback? This is only like a bar or two, a couple of bars. So I'm just going to scan through the chart. There's a few more bars. Yeah, a few bars. All right, so let's see what this is here. Actually, that didn't quite make it. There's one. And there's another one. All right, so I'm going to say maybe 5 bars. All right, so there we go. Pullback, pullback, and a pullback. There we go, a bunch of pullbacks. Yeah, pullback. All right, so the double stochastic does this quite a bit, doesn't it? Oh, look at that, little mini pullback. All right, so here's a good example. So we definitely had a pullback, but it took more than 5 bars, right? So let's increase this. There we go. Okay, so I set my look back period to 8, and now there we get that cross back in, right? Pullback for this longer gap here, right? This longer pullback dip here, right? Okay, I think we have it. So I'm going to connect all of these into an OR node. So this OR node is just telling us if any of the 3 indicators, does a little pullback. There. Okay, let's see. There. All right, so we'll name this node here. And going a little too far. And so I don't need this signal extender anymore, because I was actually going to, so the signal extender was going to be used where this look back node is, right? So basically, if you kind of look at this logic here, I was going to try and build that up here, but it was better that we built this logic kind of all in its own little in its own little section together, so I can get rid of that signal extender, right? And I have basically I have logic here, of a completed indicator, pullback, pullback detection. So now I can just take this OR node, connect it into the AND node, and I believe that does it for C, right? So we've gotten down to C here, and so let's close that out, and we'll scan through and just confirm this stuff here. We'll verify some of this stuff here, and all right, well, right off the bat, thankfully, I found a problem. So it looks like our pullback system, right? So our stochastic RSI definitely made a pullback, but it made a pullback before the prerequisite setup signal occurred. So the stochastic RSI goes overbought. The stochastic RSI goes overbought, and the RSS goes overbought, and we get a signal, but that's because the two indicator overbought and the pullback happen at the same time. So basically, I need to somehow nullify. Let's see. Yeah, I need to nullify this pullback here, the one that happens before the pre-setup. Yeah, if we looking back here, this one looks good. So our RSS goes oversold. The RSI is already oversold, so there's our pre-setup. And then we get the RSI doing its little pullback. And the RSS remained overbought. Yeah, so there we go. That was good. And let's take a look over here. So it looks like, yeah, it looks like the RSS again. Let's see, where is it going to be? Yeah, right there. Yeah, so it looks like the RSS was our second indicator to go oversold. So the RSS was already oversold. And then eventually the double stochastic goes oversold, but we just need the two. And then the stochastic RSI does a little quick pullback and generates a signal. Yeah. All right. So we have two good ones. We just need to kind of, resolve this little problem of the RSI making a pullback prior, a pullback at the same time that we get our second indicator confirming, right, the overbought, oversold, right? So let's slide that back over there. And let's get this open. All right, well, I'm gonna have to take a look at this and think about this for a moment. All right, hopefully everybody's back, and wow, I gotta say I'm kind of impressed at the number of people who are still in the room. All right, good. Well, actually, I know two of the people are just recording this, so yeah, just remember, guys, these are always being recorded, so you can save yourself the hassle of recording these. So, right, so all right, figuring out how to circumvent a possible pullback condition happening at the same time that we get our 2 out of 3 indicator, overbought, oversold. And all right, that will be simple. Yeah, that's going to be very simple. So yeah, simple solution here for that is let's look at these individually here. Let's see. Yeah. All right. So what we're looking at, right? The signals we're looking at is the pre-setup, right? That is this, this signal extender here, right? Which is our basically our 2 out of 3 setup signal here. And so let's mark that on the chart. Let's see. Yeah, it's coming from the RSS. That's our second indicator, right? So again, the RSI goes overbought first, and then the RSS catches up. And so that's our 2 out of 3 indicators. And we can see at the same time, right, we got our pullback on the RSI, right? So what we can do is we can take this our setup signal and delay it by 2 bars. because we know that it at least takes 2 bars for a pullback, right? You need 1 bar for the cross out, and then you need another bar for the indicator to cross back in to the extreme area, right? So that's at least a 2 bar delay there. So I can grab a look back here. Let's connect that in. And I can use a displacement of 2. And that'll delay, right, the signal by 2 bars. Right, so there we go. So remember, the arrow was when we had 2 out of 3 indicators, and then that was shifted forward 2 bars, because that's the fastest that we could get an indicator pullback, right? I mean, theoretically, let's move this out of the way, right? Theoretically, it's possible for the stochastic RSI to, right, as soon as we get our setup signal, our stochastic RSI could then cross out of the overbought and then cross back in. And so it could, our stochastic RSI could cross out and cross back in, right, on this bar here where our setup signal has been shifted forward to, right? So the setup actually happens on this bar with the arrow, but we shifted it forward because this is the fastest that our stochastic RSI could cross out and cross back in and then generate the final signal. So, yeah. All right, so we will just take that, there we go, connect that back in. And so let's take a look now. All right, great. So we still have our 2 good signals here. All right, so take a look at that. Cool. So the arrow marks the 2 out of 3 indicator, right, condition, overbought, oversold. And then a couple bars later is when, is as fast as we can get one of the indicators to cross, out and back in to our overbought, oversold zone, right, into that extreme zone. Yeah. Okay. So good. That actually was a quick and simple solution. So let me continue scanning through here and verifying the rest of this. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little trick here. So I wanna be able to see the prerequisite signals, or the setup signals. I want to be able to see that. So it's going to help me verify on the chart here that everything's working correctly. So what I'm doing will make sense in just a moment here. There. Okay, so if you look at Bloodhound's output, right, every once in a while, right, I have a little minor, minor output, and so this is telling me that the 2 out of 3 setup condition has been met, right, and then after that, so once we see this, we're then looking for the pullback condition of the indicator. Right. So yeah. So like this, right? This green output here. That is the RSI and the double stochastics going into the oversold area. So that's our 2 out of 3 indicators reaching oversold. Right? And so then I can just look. Well, is our RSI, is it's doing its little pullback here? So I can quickly scan through the chart a little faster once I can identify where our 2 out of 3 indicator conditions are happening, right? So again, we have the RSI and the double stochastic together here. Yeah, and so then I can just kind of scan the RSI and the RSS to see if there's a pullback. So there. All right, so let me just check through here, and the markets are closed. All right. So we are at the 4-hour mark. Okay, so here we go. So I did find, another situation that needs to be fixed. Let's look at this. So we can see the the pre-setup condition here. So what do we have here? We have, all right, so when the RSS and the stochastic RSI, both go oversold. There's our condition. And then, let's see. Yeah, so the stochastic RSI makes a secondary pullback, right? Another pullback. And it actually looks like our stochastic RSI might have violated. Let's see, it did. Okay. Yeah, so we have a double problem here. So the stochastic RSI, right, went into the no man's land. So it violated the pullback, the minimum, the mini pullback condition. But then also, all 3 indicators went out of the oversold area, territory. So that's 2 violations, but yet we still ended up with a signal here. So let's see. let's see what needs to be, what part of the logic needs to be fixed here. Okay, so yeah, I think again, this is probably an easy fix. So our look back probably needs to be shifted back here, further back in the logic. So if we look at our signal extender, right, the signal extender, yeah, it turns on here because we get the RSI and RSS, 2 out of 3 indicators, and then the signal extender gets canceled, reset, because, well, both things. Well, because of both reasons. So the signal extender is getting turned off, reset, because the RSI goes into the no man's land, right? It violates, and also all 3 indicators move out of the oversold. So if we look at the reset signals, let's see where right here on this bar. Yeah, so this bar has a reset. So, but the problem is our look back is taking the signal extender, right, and it's displacing it forward by 2 bars. So we shouldn't be displacing the signal extender. Instead, we should be taking the core, right, the raw signal here, and displacing it. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see if it is this simple here. And that worked. Voila. All right, great. That worked. And my little preview output, right, for the 2 out of 3. Let's see. Yeah, it's getting delayed here. Yeah, my little preview here. I actually, I'd like to look at the raw signals here. Yeah, I guess this is good enough. Yeah. All right, so now, so I'm not actually looking at the little preview is not, I'm not looking at the signal extender more. I'm just looking at the first bar. I'm just looking at the first bar here. So. All right, so both of these long signals look good because the RSS indicator is remaining oversold. Yeah, and then our RSI is bouncing up and down here, in and out of the oversold. So yeah, that looks good. Okay. So good. All right. I found uh, another situation that needs to be fixed. So here, this is where we get our 2 out of 3 indicators, right? We have the RSI and the RSS overbought, and then let's see what happens. Okay, yeah. So eventually, the double stochastic goes overbought. So I'm just trying to verify that at least, so we need at least the double stochastic or the RSI. One of these guys needs to remain, or not remain, but be in the oversold. Okay, yeah. So when the RSS left the oversold, right, the setup signal still remained valid because the double stochastics then moved into the overbought. I'm sorry, overbought, not oversold, but yeah, the double stochastic moved into the overbought as the RSS moved out of the overbought. All right, yeah, so these two indicators basically kind of traded places here. And so then that allowed for the RSI to do its little pullback, and generate a signal. So at least the first signal is good, but yeah, the second signal is not good. Yeah, the double stochastic moved out of the overbought area. Yeah, so I don't think that's correct. Let's check the rules here. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah. The rules are pretty clear here. If at least one of the indicators stays right in the extreme area, the overbought, oversold, and so on this second short signal, the double stochastic, has left the extreme area, and the RSS has been out of it for several bars now. All right, so good. So we do need to resolve this issue. All right, again, this will be another simple fix. So remember, I've got this OR node here, and this is a good reason why you want to label things, right? I labeled it at least one overbought, oversold. So yeah, so this is going to produce an output. But it needs to be. Yeah, it needs to be one of the other two, though. Oh, wow. Okay. So this part's, yeah, this part's gonna, I think, need quite a bit of logic. So I'm gonna need some logic that says that figures out which indicator is doing the pullback, and then so that the indicator that's doing the pullback gets removed from the logic, so that the other two indicators are checked or verified that they are remaining in the extreme area. So I'm just kind of thinking to myself, how might I approach this? Okay, so I'm gonna try using a toggle node to do this. Well, actually, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how the toggle node is going to do that for me yet. All right, well, basically, I'm just going to have to do a little playing around here, a little experimenting with this toggle node. So I'm using the double stochastic right now. Okay, so right now I've got the toggle node, right? If you look at it, whenever the double stochastic goes into, right, the oversold or overbought, that's when it's turned on and then turned back off when the indicator leaves, right? So basically this toggle node looks exactly like the threshold solver would do, right? So normally you would use a threshold solver to detect when an indicator is in, right, one of these extreme overbought, oversold values, levels. So I've got the toggle node doing that for me. But the advantage of the toggle node is I can turn the toggle node on and off, right? And so that's what I'm doing right now, is I'm using, right, these crossover signals here to turn the toggle node on and off. But I can also I can also use other conditions to turn the toggle node off, right? So basically the toggle node, you can turn it off, right? It's turn offable, for a lack of a better word, right? Whereas a threshold solver cannot be turned off, right? A threshold solver is purely based on the indicator value. It can't be turned off. But right, I could create a secondary condition that turns the toggle node off. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, is how I'm going to be able to resolve this problem. Yeah, let me get back to this. All right, so here, yeah, so that's what I want to get rid of. Yeah, so I got that signal, and I got that signal, but I want to get rid of it. There. Okay, so I'm hoping that, yeah, I can turn the toggle node off for the stochastic, so that when the stochastic goes back into the overbought, then I can turn the toggle node off. But no, that's not working. All right, I think, let's see. No, I don't think the toggle node is going to work. All right, so I think I'm going to try using some inverters here. Well, this one's definitely a good puzzle. All right, yeah, I think this is going to work here. So I'm going to build this first because this is this is using kind of like opposite logic. It's using inverted logic here, so it's a little hard to explain without a visual without a visual to look at, to understand. And also, yeah, I'm going to need to move this stuff way back here. And I was just reminded, oh, I didn't think today's workshop was going to go this long. Yeah, we're at the 4.5 hour mark, and I have another appointment. Shoot. That I cannot skip. So, yeah, I think we're going to have to pick this up next week. So, yeah, let me try and at least get this part wrapped up here. Let's see. Let's get this part wrapped up. Okay, so again, I'm just going to build this first and then explain it later. So it'd be much easier to understand once there's, a visual representation to look at. All right, so, okay, first let me verify this is going to work. And okay, yeah, on the surface it looks like it's working. Great. So we need all this going into an OR node here. All right. Okay, so let's break this down so we understand what's going on here. All right, so we have the threshold solvers here. So we're going to look at the stochastic RSI right down here. All right. So, simply put, the threshold solver identifies when our indicator is overbought, oversold. Simply, it's just straightforward, right? And then we have, right, and this logic down here is identifying, right, when we get the indicator pullback, right, the pullback crossing back into the overbought, oversold, right? That's what's coming out of this. So if we look at, right, if we look at this AND node again, this is only for the stochastic RSI, right? When the stochastic RSI goes into the oversold, right, that's not a pullback. It's moving into the oversold for the first time, so no signal. And then when it pulls out and then goes back in, right, so there's our little pullback, that's when we're getting the signal, right? So we need the indicator to move to cross out and then cross back in to the overbought, oversold, extremes. And so what I did is I inverted these signals, which means it removes them. So if you invert the signal, it gets removed from the logic, right? And so these AND nodes are removing, they're removing the indicator when it crosses back in for the pullback signal. So yeah, so if we look at this, right, our RSI, right, it's crossing in to the overbought. So we have an overbought output, overbought. Then it crosses out, right? So the RSI is doing its little pullback, and then when it crosses back in, this bar is missing, right? The cross back in bar is missing its output. So I stripped away, right, this output here. So that way, that means the RSI cannot be used to verify that the other two indicators are still in their overbought, oversold situation. All right, so I'm looking at this AND node here, which is looking at the RSI indicator, and it has the cross back in bar removed. So if I look at the others, well, remember this is the bar that we want to focus on here. So our RSI is already out of the picture. So let's look at the double stochastic here. And yeah, the double stochastic crossed out, right? So again, neither one of these indicators can verify this second short signal, right? But our RSI, it is in the overbought area, but see, I managed to, but this, I'm sorry. Let's switch our connection here, right? There we go. Yeah. So the RSI is, right? It is in the overbought, but because it's a pullback, cross back in, it's been removed, and so that will kill this signal on this bar here. Right. So, but the others here. Let's see. So the first short signal here, well, yeah, the RSS is not right. It's not overbought anymore, but the double stochastic, yeah. See, the double stochastic is overbought, so that will keep the first signal. Yeah, that'll keep our first signal there. So if we look at all of these combined, so think of this. Basically, this is kind of like a permissive of requiring one of the other indicators being overbought, oversold. Right. So yeah. Let's see. There. All right, the final test here. Here's the real test. Yeah, let's see here. Boy, we're running out of room. All right, so we definitely want to keep this long signal. All right, we want to get rid of the second short signal. So as soon as I connect this in, bingo, got rid of it. All right. I think we're in good shape now. Let's see. All right, let me kind of go back to the beginning here and make sure that we don't have any problems. All right, yeah, so here we have two shorts, but our double stochastics is in Yeah, it's in the overbought, so that's good. All right, that one is good. Yeah, so I think we can pretty much count on the RSI being the indicator that does the pullback on this. Yeah. All right, that long looks good. So remember, we can see the right Bloodhound gives us this little output telling us the the 2 out of 3 has been met. So that's our pre-set up signal. Yeah, so we had a pre-set up, but then the other 2 indicators basically just dropped out. Dropped out of the the double stochastics dropped out of the overbought. Let's see here. Yeah, no pullback. Oh, here we go. So we had a pullback, but yeah, I'm thinking we're missing a signal here. Yeah, our double stochastic remained overbought. Yeah, the RSI did leave, but it's okay. We got the double stochastic, and then the RSI does its little pullback and then crosses back into the overbought. So let's see. Yeah, maybe this is too far. Maybe the let's see. Maybe the setup signal didn't get extended far enough. Let's take a crack at this. See what's going on. All right, so what I'm looking at, right, is I'm looking at the setup signal. I'm looking at the setup signal being extended. So we're good. And so let's see what else. Oh, here we go. So the RSI took too long to cross back in. Yeah, remember when I was setting up this pullback logic back here? Yeah, when I was creating this pullback logic back here. Typically what we're seeing is the RSI is very quickly 1 or 2 bars just whipping, in and out here. But here's a situation where the RSI actually took a couple of bars during its pullback. So we just need to take the look back and increase it by an extra bar. There we go. We just need 1 extra bar. Yeah, we need to give the RSI 1 extra bar to do its pullback. There we go. So that's all we needed there. And there is our missing signal. All right. Wow. Yeah, this is definitely one of the more complicated logics that we've done so far in the workshop. Some simple looking rules, but once you, I guess it's getting into some really kind of detailed, scenarios here. So yeah, so it's requiring some extra logic, more than what we usually do in this workshop here. So. Okay, folks, we are back to wrap this up. So let's minimize. Let's get rid of Bloodhound here and take a look at our rules and see where we're at here. All right, so we just wrapped up rules number C here, where the key component to this is we needed at least one indicator to stay in the extreme. And then based on that, then we only needed one of the indicators to re-enter the overbought, oversold extreme area. And so as we've been working through this, we've been discovering that usually it's the stochastic RSI indicator that's been doing the re-entering, right? So doing the little indicator pullback and re-entering the extreme areas. So we're done with that. So now we'll move on to D and E, which is really kind of the same here. So the next thing is, so if all the indicators leave the extreme area, overbought, oversold, then we need at least two of the indicators to re-enter. So let's first see if we can find something like that. And well, we kind of got close here with the double stochastic. However, the stochastic RSI broke into the no man's land here, so it pulled back too far. So that doesn't count. So, all right, let's go back to the beginning of the chart here. Well, actually, and before we scan through the chart here, let me make a note here that this is a very critical part of the condition here, which is, there's a limitation of 10 bars, right? So the re-entry has a limitation of 10 bars. So it's very important, right? When you're working with computers, you can't just leave this re-entry condition open-ended, right? You need to give computers some kind of limitation. So, so providing some kind of limitation, and the easiest one is just by counting bars. Saying number of bars here. That's the easiest to do. We do have another limitation, right? That we worked on earlier, much earlier in the system, which is if the indicator goes into this no man's land, right? If the indicator moves in between the white lines, then that's also the other condition of basically a failed setup situation, right? So we have two limitations here of 10 bars, and then also if one of the indicators goes into the no man's land, then that also cancels the whole the whole signal possibility. So, all right, so let me take a moment to scan through the chart and see if I can find something to work with. Well, we almost had a candidate, but the RSS went into the no man's land. So we'll keep looking. All right, I think we found one. Great. All right, lucky us. So you can see the double stochastics, right, goes into overbought. It leaves and then goes back in, and so does the stochastics RSI. There. And it doesn't look like the RSS quite got up there far enough, but we can see that the double stochastics and the stochastics RSI, right, they both leave the overbought area, approximately on the same bars here, and then they both go back in. So okay, this can be our little working area here. Let's see. All right, I'm going to rename this and node here. Yeah, that's right. We're going to assign it a different, purpose here. So let's rename this one. Let's see, one. There. All right, so essentially this AND node is the signal. It's the signal that meets. Okay, let's close that up. That's going to be the signal that meets the requirements of C. All right. So, to kind of summarize again, A and B are general. They're general requirements for this secondary part, but C is a specific requirement, based on one indicator staying in the extreme. Right. So this is kind of like one system rule, and then D and E makes up another system rule where maybe two of the indicators leave, right? And so we have different requirements. So if one leaves, then one needs to re-enter the extreme area. And so if all of them leave, then we need a minimum of two to re-enter, right, the extreme overbought oversold area. All right, so that AND node represents C, and we'll need another AND node and some other logic to create the conditions for D and E here. All right, so there's that one. So I guess let's just go ahead and drop an AND node in there, and let's see. There we go. All right, so this AND node is at least one of the indicators, remains in the overbought, oversold, and this one will be where none of them. Let's see how we phrase this. Where basically all indicators leave. There. There we go. So all indicators leave the overbought, oversold. There. All right. So we still need the pre-setup condition, right? So our pre-setup here. So let's zoom into this. So remember the signal extender. Actually we called this C. At least one remains overbought, oversold. So yeah, it's a good thing we're naming these. Here we go. So we need to go back to here. Back to this signal blocker. So this is actually the part one. Yeah, this is the signal for part one, where we get 2 out of 3. Two of 3 indicators, a setup signal. So, so we'll need a signal extender. And so what's going to be different is let's see, what is going to be different? Our resets are definitely going to be different. Let's see. Our resets are going to be different because, let's see, what was it? We're going to need this failed setup. So let's rename this here. Oh, that's It's such a figure of speech, isn't it? No man's land. Let's see. Let's call this something a little more direct. Let's see. All right, let's try this. Failed setup could mean anything, huh? So, indicator moved too far. All right. So I guess taken in context, right? These are all oscillators. So if the indicator moves too far, then that's our failed setup, right? The indicator moving into this no man's land here. So okay, so we need to take the the 2 out of 3 signal. We'll need to extend it to at least 10 bars, right? So again, let's take a look at the rules here, right? So we're taking this preset up here, and we need to extend it for at least 10 bars, right? Because we know that we need to give D and E the opportunity of 10 bars. So yeah, so we'll take this signal. We'll need a signal extender for at least 10 bars. So actually, look, this one, we gave this one actually 14 bars. So yeah, definitely a little more liberal. And we'll need this basically failure rule here. So this is B. So remember, B is kind of like an ultimate failure. So we could even do something like that. B there. And let's see, actually this signal extender, rename that too. There we go, C and B. So, if you can write out your system, and kind of break it into components, and then, breaking it into, labeling it into components, as you can see, it can be helpful when you're labeling your nodes as well. So, all right, so we're going to need another signal extender. We will need this this logic here going into the reset, because this is definitely an ultimate failure. And let's see here. Oh yeah, so we won't need this. So to recall, this XOR node was, as I labeled it, all indicators had left the overbought oversold, right? But remember, C required at least one indicator to stay in the extreme. So we don't need that, because D is well, if all the indicators do leave the extreme, right? So we will omit this reset signal for our new one. All right, so we can start putting some pieces together here. All right, we'll just tweak this a little bit. So let's grab a signal extender and let's disconnect that there. So we need this new signal extender. And let's see, what should we call this? So this is going to be E. There. All right, so that's some kind of a name, and let's see, we can take, yeah, we can actually take the signal from this lookback node. Yeah, because we still need, it's still going to take a minimum of 2 bars before any of the indicators can move back into the overbought oversold area. Right, so as our double stochastic leaves the overbought area and then re-enters it, that's going to take at least 2 bars, right? Same thing with the stochastic, any of these indicators. All right, so remember this look back was taking the signal that says, oh, okay, we got 2 out of 3 indicators in the overbought oversold area. So we're taking that and at least pushing that forward 2 bars because we're now looking for the pullback and re-entry. Right? So that pullback and re-entry takes at least 2 bars. So we're just, so we're this look back node is pushing the setup signal forward in time to give the pullback and re-entry the minimum amount of time needed. So there's that connected in there. And I guess let's go ahead and connect this AND node up, since this is where we're working down here. And we know that we want at least a minimum of 10 bars for the signal extender. And for now, let's see, for now, I'll turn off all the resets, although actually we can just go, no. All right, so I'm looking at our other signal extender for rule C and reset signal. Actually, okay, so sorry. Let's keep our reset signal back on. There we go. And we're going to take this reset and connect it in to the reset connection right there. All right, so if we zoom in, and let's move this out of the way a little bit. There. All right, so remember D is basically, right, rule D was an ultimate failure of the whole setup. And so that goes into the reset to kill the signal extender. All right, and so if there's no signal, then if there's no signal from the signal extender, then there's no signal can be generated. All right, so that's the beginning part of, right, taking our preset up and extending it 10 bars. We hooked in this rule B. We hooked that rule in there. So let's see here. So next, all right. So next, if all the indicators leave. Yeah, so we'll need some logic to detect when all the indicators leave. Let's see if we have something like that already. Oh, yes, we do. Yeah, right here. If all the indicators leave. Great. So we have that. Although this is not being used as a reset now. Here, let's pull that forward a little bit. And let's take a look at that. See what we have. Yeah, great. So when the double stochastic left, we got when the double stochastic left, we got a signal and the stochastic RSI. And over here, we can see the stochastic RSI left early, right? It left the overbought area early, but the double stochastic was still in there. And then when it left, then we got a signal after that. Let's take a look at this. So, all right, stochastic RSI has, let's see. Yeah, so the stochastic RSI left right there, but the double stochastic is still in the oversold. So once the double stochastic had left, we got a signal. And let's see here. So double stochastic, it looks like it goes back in. It does. So we have one bar where the double stochastic is oversold, but the stochastic RSI remains oversold for an extra bar longer, and then once it leaves, we're getting a signal. All right, so there. So there is kind of our trigger here of all the indicators leaving. So let's take a look at that, see what do we have so far. I'm going to take a look at our signal extender. Okay. So actually, I'm thinking, yeah, for now, right, the pre-setup signal, remember, it's going into the look back and it's being delayed by 2 bars. So I'm actually, this is kind of looking like this is going to be a mistake here because, yeah, I'm getting a signal when on this bar here where the stochastic RSI actually goes into this no man's land and fails the setup here. Yeah, unfortunately, I was hoping that this might be another signal here, but the stochastic RSI actually failed it. Yeah, so we'll have to stick to only this for now. But it did kind of point out, you know, a problem that's going to show up here. So I'm actually getting a let's see, actually, yeah, I'm going to take a step back here. And yeah, since these rules are different, yeah, I don't think taking the preset up from this look back node is the proper approach. So I'm going to disconnect that, and I'm just going to go from, just take it from the signal blocker, which is identifying our 2 out of 3 there. Yeah, so we need our 2 out of 3. And let's see if we get anything. Okay, so we're just looking at the raw 2 out of 3 signals, and let's mark these here. Yeah, let's mark them up there. Mark it there. All right. So we're waiting for the 2 out of 3, and then we need to wait for all the indicators to leave the extreme areas. So, all right, so that is this node is, you know, all the indicators have left the overbought, oversold extreme. So let's see. So we need to basically link the setup the pre-setup with the all indicators have left. And yeah. All right, so we can do that with this signal blocker. I'm sorry, with the signal extender. However, oh, actually, you know what? Maybe we need to go back even further. Let me take a look back here. So before the signal blocker. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so we need to just start with the raw, you know, cleaned up, the non-cleaned up signals that tell us when we have 2 out of 3. So here, let's take a look over here with the shorts, right? We actually have 3 bars where we have 2 out of 3 indicators overbought. Yeah, so we just need to take this raw signal. And the reason why is because we don't need the first signal. So remember, I marked the arrow, right? So the signal blocker here, let's zoom in a little bit. So the signal blocker is cleaning up things, and it's giving us just the first signal, saying, hey, here's the very first bar that we got 2 out of 3 indicators. But since we're interested in when the indicators leave, well, we need to take the last bar, right? The last bar where we have 2 out of 3. Take this last bar and extend it one more bar, right? To wait for to wait for all the indicators to leave. So let's do this. Here, I'll just kind of mark this like that. And then if we look at this, if we take a look at when all of the indicators left, right? There, put a little diamond on it, right? So this diamond is happening, obviously, the bar after our 2 out of 3 fail. Although, let's see. I guess we need to find a situation where there's still one indicator remaining overbought, oversold. Yeah, so here we go. So let's mark all of these. There. So what we're looking at is when we have at least 2 out of 3 indicators, overbought, oversold. And yeah, we can see it's the double stochastics and the stochastics RSI that's doing that. The RSI is just, it's not quite getting into the extreme areas. So, all right, so this is our 2 out of 3 signals here. And now let's take a look at our signals when they all leave. And yeah, so here we can see, right, the bar after and the bar after. So right here, the double stochastic was still in the oversold area. So not all 3 indicators that had left yet. So we're going to take, the raw signal here, and let's see, pull that down here. All right, time to maximize this. Disconnect that. And so we're going to take a look back node. And what we need is this displacement of 1 here. So if we take our raw signals here, go into the look back node that's displacing the signal forward 1 bar, and if we take a look at that, so now what we see is right where the diamonds are. Remember, the diamonds are where the diamonds are the signals where all the indicators had left. And so now we can see we have the 2 out of 3 shifted forward in time. And so when the 2 out of 3 signals, which is what we're looking at now, matches the diamonds, then that is then all the indicators have left the extreme area right after we got the 2 out of 3. Right, so that's what we want. And so let's see, what should we do? Let's see. All right, I'm just going to grab another ant node. So we want to know when, right, all the indicators have left the overbought, oversold. We want that, and combine it with our look back, with our displaced 1. So, excuse me. So let's see. Let's call this. Let's see. Well, let's name this additive node while we're at it. All right, so we're taking our 2 out of 3 signals here. And if you remember the signal counter here, just to recap again, the signal counter was kind of cleaning up our additive node, right? Remember the additive node kind of has that fuzzy logic output. So this signal counter was just stripping out the fuzzy logic part, right? It's just kind of cleaning things up here. So it just looked nicer on the chart, right? So we're taking the clean signal. It's going into this look back, which is shifting the signal forward 1 bar using the displacement. So this is, yeah, perfect, right? So remember here we had, remember this triangle was marking the 2 out of 3, and then all 3 indicators leave on this bar. And then here, so here we had, remember this triangle, we have 2 out of 3 indicators oversold. But then when we get to this bar in between, right, there is still 1 indicator, right? Our double stochastics here is still oversold. So this doesn't count as all indicators leaving the area, after a 2 out of 3. So here again, so now we have another 2 out of 3, and then we have all indicators left. And then we have another 2 out of 3, and then all indicators leave. So actually, if you're really paying attention here, this is where we're going to get the signal. So we have 2 out of 3, all indicators left, and then this again is identifying that at least 2 out of 3 re-enter the oversold area. And so this actually meets the criteria that we're looking for the signal. Right, so remember that would be E. So at least 2 of the 3 indicators re-enter. Right, so we have 2 out of 3, all indicators leave, and then 2 out of 3 re-enter again. So this is actually going to be where we want to see a signal right there. And let's see, let me Yeah, and I should mark, there we go. And this is going to be the signal bar for, yeah, for this, remember that I circled with the earlier. Right, so we get the double stochastics, leaves, re-enters, stochastic RSI, leaves and re-enters, and yeah, it's going to be this bar where the stochastic finally re-enters back in. And so the short signal that we're seeing, right, it's one bar forward. You know, why is it not on this bar? Well, it's because if you look at my result node, I connected it to the look back. Remember, so the look back is shifting the 2 out of 3 forward one bar. You know. So yeah, if I want, I could go displace 1, and then I could just put a little comment that this is the 2 out of 3 signals there. All right. All right. So this is the all indicators have left signal, and so this is the signal that we need to extend 10 bars. Right. So this is D basically. So let's mark that. Yeah. So this is, let's give this a name here. So this is D. All right, so that's all indicators left. And so now, now we're going to take that signal and extend it. Yeah, I guess there's no good spot to put this. So I'll just put it right there. All right. So yeah, we're taking the conditions of D and extending it 10 bars to see if we can get two of the indicators to re-enter there. So let's take a look. So yeah, so here, so for this overbought area situation, we get all the indicators left, and we're extending that for 10 bars, right? Waiting to see if 2 more indicators re-enter. And then over here, we can see, yeah, it's only, we only have 3 bars of this. Yeah, we only have 3 bars of this. And let's see, the reason why, oh, yeah. So the RSS went into no man's land. And so this RSS potentially could kill off this, kill the whole setup early. But we know it doesn't because I marked it with an arrow. So we know that when the system is working correctly, when our logic is working correctly, we'll see a long signal where that arrow is and a short signal where this arrow is, right? That's why we mark them. So, and we can see our signal extender stays on long enough, right, for 2 of the 3 indicators to re-enter the oversold area, right, or the extreme. Okay, so great. So we have this, and we have this. So now we need to find the 2 of 3 again, and let's see that. Look here. Right, that is back here again. Right, so we have the 2 out of 3 back here. Right, there we go. So this is telling us whenever we have a minimum of 2 of the 3 indicators, in the overbought oversold area. So we can just take this and hook it back in again. So let's see. I need to move. Let's move this stuff down here a little ways. And let's move stuff around again a little bit. There. right, we'll move that back just a little bit. There. Give us some room. Let's see. All right. So this and no, let's rename this here. So this will be E. There. All right, so basically E, this is going to be the final signal. And so we need to take the 2 out of 3 signal, connect it in there, and then also take our, all have left, and then with our 10 bar, extension here, our 10 bar limit, and stick that in there. And let's see what we have. And that looks spot on. Cool. That looks spot on. So let's take a moment and kind of scan through this and just double check everything. All right, well, let's see what we have here. We have double signals here. Let's see what's going on. All right, yeah, so our double stochastics entered, and it left right there. We can see it left, and then re-entered. And so our stochastics RSI as well oversold. It left and re-entered. All right, and then let's see. So, yeah. So the stochastics RSI left and re-entered again. Oh, and that's just because we have 2 of the 3 indicators in. So let's see, what can we do? Yeah, I think, let me scan it. Yeah, here we go. Okay, here's a better representation. So, all right, yeah, looky here. So we have the RSS going in to the overbought, stochastic RSI going overbought. So there's our 2 of 3. And then all the indicators leave, right? So the RSS left, the stochastics RSI left, and then the RSI goes back in, and this time the double stochastic goes in. So there. So now we do have 2 out of 3, and we can see that the double stochastic, right, is in the overbought for 2 bars, and so is the RSI, 2 bars in a row. So if we want to clean that up a little bit, we can. Let's see. Yeah, let's just use a signal blocker. And let's see. I'm also just wondering, I'm thinking to myself, I'm wondering if there's some other logic that we can use to turn off the signal extender as well. So if we turn off the signal extender, right, then we wouldn't get these two signals in a row, or maybe even three signals in a row. Let's see, what was it back? Yeah, same thing back here, right? So we potentially could have gotten three signals in a row here, three short signals. If the stochastic RSI remained overbought, we would have gotten three signals in a row. And so if we can turn off the signal extender, right, that would remove the extra signals. So there's kind of two ways to do that, right? We could see if we can reset the signal extender, or use the signal blocker. So yeah, I'm wondering if this signal blocker, cleaned up signal, might help in some way. So let's mark these first. There. All right, so those are marked. And now let's take a look at this signal blocker. And we'll take a look at what's coming out of it. Yeah, so the signals don't match up anywhere close. So that's not going to help. So what I'm looking at here is the indicator re-entry signals. So yeah, I labeled it indicator pullback. Yeah, so this is the indicator kind of pullback re-entry. So I guess, yeah, let's and pullback slash re-entry. There. Yeah. So if we look at these, right? So if we look at the RSI, right? The RSI leaves the overbought, and when it re-enters, we get a signal. It leaves the overbought, right? Re-enters, and we get a signal, right? So that's the pullback. So pullback, pullback, pullback. And so I was wondering if the pullback, because essentially that's what this is again, this is, so if all the indicators leave, then we're looking for at least two indicators to re-enter, which means another way we could rephrase this is two indicators pull back, pull back and then re-enter. So I was wondering if this re-entry might work, and it does not look like I can use this in any way. Yeah, and the reason why is because we're needing two of the three indicators to re-enter. And these signals are just whenever any one indicator re-enters, right? So this isn't based on two, this is based on three indicators re-entering. And so that actually gives me an idea. It's kind of helpful. talking these things through. So, yeah, so if I need 2 out of 3, yeah, I was thinking I could use an additive node to say, okay, yeah, let's add when we get 2 out of 3. But the problem is, this is a discrete signal, so it only happens on the re-entry bar, right? It only happens on the re-entry bar. So using an additive isn't going to work because there might be a time delay between the indicators, right? So the double stochastic is going to take an extra bar or 2 to re-enter before the stochastics RSI, and so an additive node wouldn't work. It would only work if two indicators re-entered the overbought at the same time on the same bar. Yeah. So that's not going to work. We're just going to scrap that. Yeah, so let me take a look at the 2 out of 3 indicators signal again. All right, so I am looking at the signal extender, right, which is when all the indicators leave. Yeah, let's see. Let's adjust this name here. Oh, oops. I adjusted the wrong name here. There. So, sorry. Here we go. So this is the name of the signal extender. So all the indicators leave in a 10 bar minimum. So that's what I'm looking at. And yeah, so what I'm wondering is, let's see, let me. I actually need to mark this here, so let me mark this. So this is our signal extender, and that's the signal extender. So what? Yeah. So the signals, the output that we're seeing is that we had 2 out of 3 indicators move into the overbought, and then let's see, yeah, we had 2 out of 3 indicators move into the overbought, and then they all left. So this is the, all the indicators have left condition, and so we're just waiting. So when we see this, this is waiting for 2 more indicators to re-enter the extreme. All right, and so now I'm wondering if I can take the 2 out of 3 the 2 out of 3 signals and use that to reset the signal extender. Yeah, so what I was thinking I could do, here, let's take a look at this. All right, so this is the 2 out of 3 indicators going overbought, oversold, and then I shifted it forward 1 bar. And what I see is that the very first time the indicators go overbought, oversold, if I shift that forward, it gets shifted into the first bar that the signal extender turns on. And so, yeah, so if I use this, it would turn the signal extender off on the first bar that the signal extender is trying to turn on. So right there again. Yeah, so that's not going to work either. All right, I think I've kind of run out of options here for trying to turn the signal extender off. So I'm just going to take the easy route and just use the signal blocker. And we'll be done. So let's connect that up like that and like that. And from what I've seen so far on the chart, it looks like we only need to block for like 3 bars. So I'll knock this down to 3. And then we'll scan through the chart and see, we'll verify that 3 bars was enough. All right. There, I don't think we need any resets on this. I think that should be fine. So, all right, let's scan through the chart and see what we have. All right, yeah, I remember this from earlier. Our double stochastic left. The RSS was never considered, and then the RSI has left, and then it re-entered, and the double stochastic re-entered. So yeah, all right, so that's a good one. All right, yeah, so we were just working here. And yeah, so if you remember, I placed these arrows on all the signals, and we can see that we did get rid of the secondary signals here, right? So these 2 signals that happened afterwards, those were removed by the signal blocker, and we're just left with the first signal to mark when 2 out of the 3 indicators re-enter the overbought area. So those meet the condition. All right, so let's take a look. Well, yeah, we were working in this area too. So as I had already marked them, so we know these 2 are good to be expected. All right, let's take a look at this. Okay, so here we have the RSS and the RSI being the 2 out of 3, and then both indicators leave the overbought, and then the RSI and the double stochastic re-enter the overbought. Yep, and there is our short. Okay, so that one looks good. Let's see what we have here. All right, so we actually, here we had 3 out of 3 indicators going oversold. And let's see, yep, so the double stochastic, yeah, probably should stretch this out a little bit. That'll help. So all 3 indicators left the oversold, and then we have the RSI and the double stochastic re-entering the oversold. So, okay, that one looks good. And let's check this out. All right, so we have 3 out of 3 indicators oversold. Yeah, so the double stochastic had left, so all 3 indicators left, and then we have the double stochastic and the RSI re-entered oversold. And then let's see what's going on again here. Yeah, so we have a re-entry. So we have 2 out of 3 indicators again. And we definitely don't have any re-entries. I could see that the RSI had left and re-entered. But we did not get all the indicators leaving. Okay, so we found a problem here. Well, we found some incorrect signals. Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out, what rules here weren't met. So on this, let's mark this here, right? So on this second signal here, only 1 indicator left, right? So we did not get all the indicators leaving. Okay, so what that tells me, and we'll verify this here in just a moment, is I think our signal extender is staying on too long, or our condition extender, yeah. And let's see, actually let's call this D here. So all the indicators have left, and then we extend for 10 bars. And yeah, we can see that the signal extender just stays on the entire time. So we do need something to turn this signal extender off. So we need to identify the second re-entry. So let's take a look, right? So remember, this is the 2 out of 3 entering, right? So I'm taking there. Well, yeah, this is the signal cleaner, but it has the 2 out of 3. That's the 2 out of 3 indicators. Let's see, where are we? Here, getting a little ahead of myself. So let's mark these. Oops, wrong one. All right. Normally, I use a triangle to identify something that we want removed. So let me just kind of stick with that. There we go. There. Okay, so we have the signals marked and the ones that we want removed marked. And so again, let's go back to the 2 out of 3. So this is the 2 out of 3. All right, so that's the good one, the first one. So this right here, let me mark that. So this is the first time that we get 2 out of 3 indicators. Right, so let's look at this, right? Yeah, so we have the double stochastic goes oversold. The RSI didn't make it there yet, but the RSI did. I'm sorry, the RSS did not. The RSI did, the double stochastic did. So this is the first time. Yeah, the first time we had 2 out of 3. Actually, I'm going to take a look at the signal blocker here. And so I'm just wondering why we're not seeing a signal where my cursor's at, right? Where the triangle's at. And so it has something to do with the signal blocker. So let's turn on the blocked output here and see what's going on. Ah, okay. So our signal blocker, so back here we have 2 of the 3 indicators oversold. Signal blocker turns on, and yeah, so the signal blocker is still turned on when we get to this bar here, yep, where the double stochastic and the RSI both go oversold. So yeah, so we need to fix the signal blocker. All right, that's good, we caught that. All right, so so I'm kind of wondering if we can use any of these conditions here, if any of them would be appropriate for resetting the signal blocker. So all right, so I just need to kind of remind myself what is resetting the signal blocker. All right, so an opposite signal. Okay, yeah, so the signal blocker, right, it's blocking, let's look at this. Yeah, so right now the indicators are going oversold, so it's blocking longs, and the signal blocker, let's see, well, it has a limit of 15 bars, but the only thing that's resetting it is when an opposite signal comes in. All right, so basically the only time it gets reset is when the indicators, switch or flip from oversold to overbought. So I think we should also probably, let's see, we should probably also, yeah, probably if one of the indicators goes into the no man's land, right? So that is, I think that's this one. Yeah, so if an indicator moves too far, that probably should also be included in resetting the signal blocker. So yeah, for example here, right, we get a signal because we get 2 out of 3, but then the stochastics moves too far, right? It goes into the no man's land and almost reaches the overbought, right? So it seems logical that when the stochastic RSI goes into this no man's land, that should reset the signal blocker. So that way, yeah, where our triangle's at, we get 2 out of 3 indicators again. So we get the double stochastic and the RSI basically setting things up again for our 2 out of 3 kind of pre-setup. So let's make a little modification here. And all right, so let's disconnect that. And let's grab an OR node. So we want this one, that condition, and this condition. There, put both of those in there. And all right, so let's take a look. Oh, look at this. Oh, man. All right. So our double stochastic crossed into the no man's land, right? But the double stochastic is way up here, whereas the RSS and the RSI are in the oversold area. So the question is, should the double stochastic, going into no man's land from the wrong side, right, from the overbought side, or should it only be, if the RSI or the RSS goes into no man's land? So that's probably would be the logical conclusion, is to ignore any indicator, right, on the opposite side of the no man's land going in. We should ignore that. So what that means is we need some crossover solvers detecting whether an indicator is crossing up into no man's land or crossing down into no man's land, right? And so the reason why is, let's see, so if the indicator is crossing up, we need to back up and take a look at the signal blocker. And so we're using reset opposite signals. Yeah, we're using reset opposite signals. And so we're not able to use reset signals because, let's take a look at our signals here. Right, so because this, right, these signals here being used for the reset currently, at least one indicator is overbought or oversold. Yeah, so that is generating a bunch of long signals, right? It's generating a bunch of signals in the same direction that the signal blocker is blocking, right? So remember, the signal blocker is blocking longs. So we don't want to use a long signal to reset it. right? So looking at the reset signals again here, right? We're using these short signals to reset the signal blocker when it's blocking longs, right? Because that's telling us, oh, well, the indicators went from oversold to overbought. So that's why we're using the opposite signals. So we need to stick with that same theme. So if we're going to now look at, there, let's do this. Let's see. Oh, actually, this is both. Yeah, this is long and short. There. All right. Yeah. So back to our previous thought here, which is if, right, so if our indicators are oversold and we want to kind of ignore an indicator that's going from overbought into there, then when our indicators go from oversold into the no man's land, we need that to generate a short signal, right? So that way, because our signal blocker needs to use opposite signals to reset the signal blocker, and that's because of the way this reset was built, right? So remember, the way this reset was built is, right, it's producing a lot of long signals when we're actually looking for long signals, and so it's using the short signals to reset the signal blocker. So we need all the resets to be short if we're going to reset the signal blocker when it's blocking longs. All right, so simply put, to summarize it, when one of our indicators crosses above, crosses up into the no man's land, we're going to generate a short signal, and that will reset the signal blocker. And then if an indicator crosses down into the no man's land, that'll generate a long signal, and that long signal will not reset the signal blocker. So that's how we're going to fix this problem here. And all right, so let's see, what crossover solvers do we have? We have a bunch of crossover solvers down here, and I need to remind myself what they're set up for. All right, yeah, so they're set up for crossing into the overbought, oversold extreme. And yeah, that's right. This is looking for the indicator pullback, which focuses on the extreme areas, right? The overbought, oversold, not the no man's land areas. So, well, let's go to our solvers list and take a look and see if we have any crossover solvers designed for the no man's land. And no, it looks like we're only using threshold solvers. All right, so let's make a yeah, I was trying to think if there was a slicker way of doing this, but let's just kind of keep it simple here. So we're going to take these crossover solvers and make copies of them. So we can assign them to look for crossing indicators crossing into the no man's land. All right. So let's copy that. Copy that. Oh, wrong one. And the copy. There we go. Okay. So I'm just going to whip through this and basically reassign them to the no man's land, which is, let's see, those values are 80 and 20. All right. Just for good measure, we can take a look at the rules here. Let's see. Oh, actually, oh, look at that. All right. So I caught something else that needs to be fixed. It is 60 and 40. We just didn't rename these solvers here. Let's rename some of these solvers. Let's correct that. There. All right. We have those named correctly. Okay, so it's 60 and 40 or 0.6, 0.4. All right, so we're looking for a cross down of the 60. So we'll put that in there. So if it's a cross down, we want a long signal. So crossing down, a cross down in direction would be a short, right? If an indicator is crossing down, that will give you a short signal because we're crossing down. So we need to switch the outputs here. There we go. And we're looking for a long. All right. And we had some other crossover solvers that I think were kind of set up correctly, but we'll just go with what we got. Okay, so 40. There. All right, just double checking everything. I think we're good. All right, so there's another set of new solvers. And yeah, so after a while, you'll probably kind of realize that, a big part of building a complex system is getting, reset logic built correctly. Basically, as humans, we kind of do this intuitively. We understand without consciously thinking about it that, if my indicator does this, then, it fails the trade, right? So when you convert that into the computer, you have to, consciously think of, oh, okay, so what indicator actions, conditions, basically fail the trade, bail on the trade. So a lot of your thinking is coming up with, what kind of conditions, need to, block the signal or reset a function node, so that way that kills the signal. Let's see. So yeah, I'm gonna build that back here. All right, so let's go to our existing nodes, and there is our solvers. All right, now let's connect them up with a bunch of OR nodes. And let's see. Yeah, I think we just need one OR node. Yeah, so here we only need just one OR node because, let's see here, let's close that. Oh, yeah, remember I hit the chart button by accident to add and it added a time frame. So we will need to reload the chart to get rid of that. There. All right. Yeah, so we only, back to the OR node, right, with all those crossover solvers and that one OR node, right? So when we get this setup signal and our signal blocker turns on, it doesn't matter which indicator, crosses up into the no man's land. It doesn't matter. Whichever indicator crosses up first, boom, that basically cancels that. Yeah, that cancels this setup, right? Yeah, that cancels this 2 out of 3 indicator setup condition here. So that's why we only need an OR node, because we want to see, if either the double stochastics or the RSS or the RSI, crosses in there, whichever one is first. So let's connect that in, take a look. So yeah. So if we look at these longs, right? So we have the RSI crossing down, then our RSS crosses down, and then the double stochastic crosses down. So that's all generating longs. And then when the RSI crosses up, we get a short. And let's see, the RSS crosses up and we get a short, but also at the same time, the RSI crosses down. Right? But remember, it's only the long signals that will be resetting our signal blocker for this particular area here. All right, so I'm going to connect that into the signal blocker. There. All right, so this OR node is basically it's reset signals. So we have this OR node and this OR node going into this OR node to reset the signal blocker. All right, so let's take a look at what we have. So we have right here where the cursor's at, right? We have 2 out of 3 indicators oversold, and then we block, but then the RSI, screams higher, into that no man's land, and we can see here the signal blocker is turned off. All right, so again, we're just looking at the little output here, the small output, to tell us when the signal blocker is blocking or not blocking. Okay, so there's that. And then we just need to wait for 2 out of 3 indicators again. So here we go. So we have our stochastics, our double stochastics and the RSI. So there's our 2 out of 3 indicators. And the signal, so a setup signal comes through, and then the signal blocker is blocking. And you know what? Interesting enough, the signal blocker needs to block a little bit longer, actually, because yeah, our indicators are staying in the lower area, right? They're staying way down here. So it's taking quite a while before one of the indicators crosses into the no man's land. So it's hard to tell. It looks like the RSS might be the first one. Yes, it is. Yeah. So our signal blocker should be blocking for a few more bars. So that's good that we just discovered that. So let's knock that up to 18. Oh, actually, even 18 is not enough. All right, let's go. Let's go 22, just for good measure. Oh, all right. Yeah, I tell you what, sometimes it's really hard. You can't really see these, but the double stochastic actually went into that no man's land just by a fraction. There. So, yeah, so probably 22 is not necessary, just 20. We'll just knock it up to 20. Call it good. Yeah, so there we go. So the double stochastics reset the signal blocker as it just touched that no man's land area. There. All right, so with that resolved, let's see. Let's go back to where we were. Where were we at? There. All right, so we were wondering why we didn't have a signal here, and we still don't have a signal there. Let's see, what's the reason for that? All right, so so here's where we're at. We were trying to find a way to turn off or reset this signal extender. Yeah. So as long as this signal extender is still on, right? That's why we're getting these extra, we're getting these extra signals here. let's see. Well, yeah, we tried using the signal blocker. But let's see. All right, so either yeah, so either our signal blocker needs to block for longer. Um, hmm. Hmm. Yeah, so we definitely should set this signal blocker up for at least 9 bars. So we only need 9 bars, right? Because our signal extender is set for 10 bars. And let's see, and at least, yeah. So our signal blocker is going up for 10 bars, and here let's look at this again here. So our signal extender, right? It starts when all the indicators have left, right, the oversold area. Yeah, so all indicators have left, right, the extreme area. And so if they've all left, then it at least takes 1 extra bar for 2 of them to get back in there. So the soonest that 2 of the indicators can re-enter or get back into the oversold is a bar later. So that means that there's only 9 bars left, right? There's only 9 bars left. And so, well, actually, this could be the signal. And so afterwards, yeah, so there's actually 9 bars left afterwards that would need blocking. But I don't know. I just kind of have the general sense that this feeling that I need a reset just in case. Yeah, so just in case, if all the indicators leave again, well, actually, let's go back to the rules here and see if all the indicators leave and then 2 of them come back in. You know, is there anything in here that talks about that? You know, do we want to see another signal or not? So now it doesn't look like there's anything in the rules here. The only thing that really kind of sticks out as kind of failing any additional signals is Rule B. Okay, so at least, you know, we have a Rule B created here. So let's at least plug that into our signal blocker. Yeah, so let's expand this here. So if we look at our signal extender back here, right, this is Rule B. If you remember this OR node, right, we have it labeled Rule B. So Rule B is resetting our signal extender. Actually, you know what? Yeah, maybe a better way of doing this. So, yeah, let's go back and look at the chart. Okay, so right now I have the signal extender connected in. Right, and yeah, so here let's mark that. So easy to get sidetracked. Geez, yeah, I was still wondering why we don't have a signal on our triangle. Yeah, sorry. Let me stay on track with this. Yeah, so let me do a little debugging and find out why we still don't have a signal on the triangle. Right, because the double stochastics is oversold, and the RSI is oversold, clearly. So, yeah, so let me back up here. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. Sorry, so we did fix this problem. Yep. All right, so I'm looking at the signal blocker, right, for the 2 out of 3 indicators. So yeah, so we have 2 out of 3 indicators here, and we have 2 out of 3 indicators here. Yeah, okay, so that is all working good. All right. So let's see. All right, so we solved this problem. Let's get rid of that. And so now let's jump back to cleaning up these 2 long signals here. And again, to recap, the reason why we need to clean up these 2 long signals. So let's do this. Let's see. Yeah, so well, actually, no, that's right. So we had made some previous adjustments to the logic. So it found an extra long signal here. And actually, that's correct. So our double stochastic left the oversold, the RSI left the oversold, and then they went back in. So yeah, so that would be correct. Let's mark it. So actually this one, I would say this one's correct because we had two indicators going back into the oversold. So the double stochastic went back in, and we can see the RSI went back in. Yeah, so I'd say both of those signals are correct. Yeah, because we have two indicators going back in. However, these long signals here. Yeah, look at this. So these 2 long signals here are just marking two out of the 3 indicators being oversold. So yeah, so that's what our signal blocker was helping us resolve here. That was kind of like our quick fix. So maybe we need some crossover solvers. All right, so here's, this might be part of the solution, right? So remember we have the this logic back here that tells us whenever there's a pullback and then a re-entry, right? So basically this is telling us whenever there's a re-entry, so that, if we combine that in here, that'll probably fix part of our problem. Yeah, that kind of fixes part of the problem here. So got rid of this yeah, got rid of this whole string of, actually, let's get rid of that, right? So we had, right, a whole bunch of signals here. So I think we can actually get rid of this signal blocker. I'll just disconnect it for now. Maybe we can abandon that. So looking at this now, this third long signal still needs to go away because we don't have two indicators re-entering. So what it was is we had one indicator leaving and then re-entering. So we need two indicators leaving and re-entering. Yeah, so all right, so the question is, we have, some good logic created that tells us when any of the three indicators leave and re-enter. So if we can adjust it so that it tells us that two indicators re-entered, right? A minimum of two indicators re-entered. That is, yeah, that's really what we want. Well, not exactly positive on how to do this, but I guess I am going to try and use the additive node to do this. So let's drop an additive node on the board. And I will need a couple of OR nodes. All right, so I'm putting these OR nodes in here because I don't want to modify the output value of the AND node. All right, so these AND nodes, their output needs to stay at 100% or 1. So remember, since I'm using the additive node, I need to reduce the output down to 0.5. So that way when I get 2 of these, that's 0.5 plus 0.5, and that will equal 1 or 100%, right, for the additive node. So with the additive node, put in 0.5, 0.5, 0.5 there. So I've modified the OR nodes to have their output reduced instead of the AND nodes. All right. Okay, so let's see what we get here. And let me just make sure I have everything marked. Yeah, there's my 3 signals. Okay, let's take a look at the additive node. And, well, voila, that did it. Yeah. Now, I'm concerned here because if we look at the specifics, right, so the double stochastic is re-entering on the same bar as the RSI is re-entering. So what happens if they're staggered? What if there's a bar difference, a bar offset? What if the double stochastic takes an extra bar longer to re-enter than the RSI does, right? And that happens quite a bit. that happens quite a bit. So let's see if we can find an example. Well, no, there's no example here. But, as we've been building this system, we've come to realize that the double stochastic and the RSS are slower than the RSI, right? So there easily could be a bar delay. And let's see. Oh, and actually, yeah, you know what? The going from the AND nodes is really the re-entry, right? So yeah, so this is the the double stochastic re-entry. Well, actually, I'm sorry. It's the pullback. Yeah, so it's a re-entry after pullback. So is that actually? All right. No, sorry. I was thinking that maybe that we don't need a re-entry, but or we don't need to verify the pullback. That it's a pullback re-entry. So yeah. So never mind. Nah, we should be pulling from the AND node. Yeah. That just kind of makes sure that things are extra clean. So yeah, if we pulled from, say, one of these OR nodes back here to check when an indicator crosses into the oversold, it's not a re-entry, it's just a cross into. So it could be the first crossing into, but all this logic here with the, at the AND node is actually verifying that the indicator left and re-entered. So that we actually get a proper pullback. That it's a pullback instead of just a first entry. It's actually a cross out and a re-entry back in. So all right, so this is actually all good, but still, the issue of the double stochastics or the RSS taking an extra bar to get back in, a bar longer than the RSI does. So let's just try a simple solution here of using some look-back nodes. All right, and since we're going to use look-back nodes, I can actually get rid of these OR nodes now, because I can modify the output of the look-back. So I don't need those OR nodes. All right, so I'll just plug this into there, the output into there. And so for the output, or for the look back, we don't want a displacement. We're going to turn that off. And we'll just give an extra bar for now. We'll just give one extra bar. So we'll have a look back of 2. And set the mode to max. All right, so there. All right, so let's grab 2 more look backs. There. All right, connect up the AND nodes, connect those in. All right, so now when I select the additive node, I can then go in and set my look back nodes, right, to be 0.5. There. Yeah. Oh, let's finish setting up those second lookbacks. I put the name in there, but I didn't finish setting them up. There. There we go. Cool. So looking at this output here, I'm now getting, right, 4 signals in a row. So, you know, I definitely don't want that, right? So here, let's take a look to see what will that do? What does that mean? What is this four signals in a row coming out of this? What does that mean? So let's connect this up. And so if I connect this in now, and let's see. Okay. Actually, yeah. I was thinking that we were going to have to disconnect this OR node, and we were going to replace it with the additive node. Yeah, if I do that, let's see. If I disconnect the OR node, and let's give this a moment, make sure it's done calculating, and oh, okay, actually, it is still working. Cool. All right, I thought we were just going to get four signals in a row. Cool. Okay, so originally, right, we had the OR node in here, and that was giving us this incorrect third signal, right, because just one indicator had crossed back into the oversold, not 2. So we built this additive node to make sure that there were 2 indicators crossing back in. So now that if we connect this in, and there we go, that got rid of that third signal where it was only 1 indicator crossing back in. All right, so the question is, are we done? Well, let's scan through the chart and find out. Yeah, so it's looking like we don't need that signal blocker. So let's get rid of that now. Yeah, let's close that out. And there. All right, let me scan back a little bit. So we have double signals here. So let's see what's going on. Yeah, okay, so I was wondering about that. So we have the double signals coming in here because of the look back nodes. So yeah, so it is possible with this additive node, and or more because of the look back nodes, right? If we look at this, yeah, we can get 2 signals. So, but I think the easy solution would be just to put this OR node back in here. And there we go. Yeah. So remember, the OR node provides a signal when an indicator crosses back in. So on the second bar here, so where my cursor's at, where we had the second signal, no indicator was crossing back in, right? It was just, the indicators had crossed back in, and stayed in for 2 bars. And so basically our look back nodes kind of messed that up for us. So yeah, we could use the OR node, or actually I could use a signal blocker. I could do this, and I would just need to block for one bar. Block for 1 bar, and so I could do this. There, let's do that, and that would fix it as well. There, so I disconnected the OR node. So the signal blocker blocking 1 bar fixes it. But I think, if I understand the inner workings properly, I think technically just using the OR node and the additive node is going to calculate, milliseconds faster. Literally, we're saving milliseconds here, but it's always good to, build your software as efficiently as possible, especially for those really volatile days in the market, right? If you're trading something like the YM or the NQ on a really volatile day, data can be moving so fast that you definitely want your, you want your indicators optimized as best as possible on those type of days. So, yeah, so we'll just go with the OR node plus the additive node there. All right, let's close that out. All right, let me scan forward on the chart now. Yeah, that one's good. And let's just mark it. All right, we have those marked already. This looks like, it's hard to tell visually. This looks like, let's see, like this might be a signal here. All right, yeah, so we do have a bar here. Oh, let's grab some markers. So I think we have a 2 out of 3 here. Actually, we have a 2 out of 3 here. Yeah, we have a 2 out of 3, and then yeah, on here, well, let's all right, I think on this bar we had all 3 indicators had left. Yes. All right. Yeah. So it looks like we should be getting a signal here. Well, actually, here, let's mark this. There. Yeah, I think this bar does qualify for a signal. Yeah. Let's take a look. All right, so I'm looking at, if we zoom back in here. So I'm looking at D, which is all indicators had left. That's definitely true. Here, we can see all the indicators left. But then we get 2 out of 3 indicators back in, and again, we have all indicators had left on this. I'm sorry. Yeah, all the indicators had left again. Yeah. There, I'll mark that and that just for good measure. Yeah, so. All right, so what I'm looking at, remember, so this look back node is our 2 out of 3 signal, right? But it's been displaced 1 bar. So yeah, so where my triangle is at, right? The signal after is the 2 out of 3 indicators, you know, that happened on the triangle bar, but remember I displaced it by 1. All right, so I think the problem is, let's see, right? So remember, my dots are identifying when all 3 indicators have finally left, right? So it doesn't matter, you know, how long each of the indicators leaves. It's just that when all the indicators do eventually leave, right, we're getting these signals. But this right here is when we have 2 out of 3 indicators in the area, and yeah, so this is the pre-setup. So we need to take, yeah, I think we need to take the pre-setup and extend it forward an extra bar. All right, yeah, so what's happening here is on this bar, let's see. Hold on a moment. All right, yeah, so what's happening is the RSI goes back into oversold, then it leaves, but the double stochastic hasn't left yet. So the double stochastic takes an extra bar before it leaves. Yeah, and so yeah, so this output, again, this output is telling us when we have 2 out of 3 indicators in the overbought, oversold, and it's shifted over by 1 bar, right? So yeah, it's kind kind of crazy to look at this. Let's get rid of the shifting, right? So without the shifting, it's just straight. Okay, 2 out of 3, 2 out of 3, right? 2 out of 3. So it's not the RSI anymore, but it's the the RSS and the double stochastics is 2 out of 3. And then here, the double stochastics, the stochastics RSI, right? 2 out of 3, 2 out of 3. And so we have 2 out of 3 here. Now we have 1 out of 3, right? So the double stochastic is still oversold. So it's only 1 out of 3. And then a bar later, it moves out. So now all 3 indicators are out. So, right, so we need to take this 2 out of 3 and, extend it for an extra bar. So we're going to do a little combo. Is we are going to shift the signal, and we're going to add an extra extension here. So we do have a displacement of 1. But also a 2-bar, 2-bar look back. There. All right, yeah, there we go. So it was, I think it was this bar here was not being marked properly as all indicators left because the double stochastics took an extra bar. So let's look at this again. Let's take the look back, set it back to 1, and yeah, see, so the signal went away, disappeared. Here on this bar, which is where all 3 indicators had left. And yeah, so we just needed to take the preset up. So remember, this is our, let's cancel that, set that to 2. Yeah, so remember, this is our 2 out of 3 preset, right? So we're making sure that we're getting the 2 out of 3 preset signal and looking for all 3 indicators to leave after that. All right, so that's what this AND node is. This AND node is it's labeled all indicators left, but before we're looking for all indicators to leave, we need to make sure that at least we had 2 out of 3 indicators in the first place, right? We needed the 2 out of 3 condition first. Right, so that's what our look back is. Our look back is taking the 2 out of 3 signal, and then we're extending it for an extra bar because as we found out that, right, the double stochastics and the RSS is a little slower, so it might need an extra bar for it to leave the oversold area and catch up with the RSI. All right, so I think that should fix everything. All right, so there was one signal that that we had fixed up there, and let's take a look back. And yeah, we still have these 2 good signals. That one's still removed. And you just want to kind of go back and make sure you didn't introduce any erroneous signals, right? Or remove any good signals, or proper signals, right? Yeah, that right there, that's a signal from the other condition, right? That's a signal from just one indicator leaving and re-entering. So, all right. Let's see. I'm going to give myself a little helper here. So if you remember previously, right, I gave myself like a little sneak peek of the pre-setup signal to kind of help me scan through the chart, and I'm going to do that again. So it really makes debugging a lot faster. There. All right, so I'm actually going to look at the signal extender. Yeah. So it's just a matter of preference as to what part of the logic you want to look at to kind of help you debug stuff. But yeah, so whenever I see one of these little little signals here, this partial output, then I know I should be looking for a possible for another possible signal here, for that possible re-entry signal. Here we go. So here is one. Yeah, so our double stochastics left and then re-entered, and of course the RSI left and re-entered. So good. And our RSS did not violate the no man's land, so it didn't move too far. And let's see. All right, so it was close, but the double stochastics did not re-enter. Did not re-enter the oversold area. It was really close. The RSI did re-enter, but not the double stochastics. So no signal there. Oh, and sorry, didn't look at this close enough, but the RSS went into the no man's land, so it failed the setup, canceled the setup. All right, so that's simple enough. Let's see here. Yeah, so the RSS failed the setup. Yeah, it's looking like the RSS is failing a lot of these possible, 2 indicator double dips. So great, here we go. We got one. So we had all 3 indicators going oversold. They all left, and then the double stochastics and the RSI re-entered. Yep. All right, perfect. And then Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So it was the RSI went into no man's land, right there. Yep, the RSI spiked twice and canceled the setup. Okay, yeah. It's kind of wondering. I was looking at the, we can see the RSI and the double stochastics dip back in again, but the RSI spiked too high. Let's see. Yep, it just went a little bit too high. So. All right, so here's our, this signal's good. So the RSI just barely, just barely stayed out of the no man's land there. So let's see here. Yeah, so we have 2 out of 3 indicators here, and then the double stochastics and RSI both left, so all 3 indicators left. Basically the RSS is out of the picture. And then the RSI and the double stochastics re-enter. And there's our signal. So. All right. All right, this one's pretty straightforward. Again, RSI and double stochastics, 2 out of 3. They both leave together and they both kind of come back together. Yeah. Let's see what's going on here. All right, yeah. So we have 2 out of 3. And so the double stochastic enters, but it never leaves. So yeah, the double stochastic doesn't do a double dip. Yep, very close, but no cigar. Okay, let's keep moving. All right, so we have our 2 out of 3, and then, so double stochastic and RSI leave, and then they both enter back in. All right, good, correct signal there. All right, I think we're done. I think everything's working good. So let's just kind of tidy up a little bit. So let's put this in a kind of a final state here. Let's see. All right, so we have these OR nodes, are basically kind of testing points, and the real signal is coming from these AND nodes. So remember, the AND nodes are labeled. So, right, so this is the one indicator remains signal, and this is this, two indicators re-enter. So this is rule E. Let's see, this AND node here, would that be, let's pull up the rules again here. All right, so I guess we could call this AND node C. Yeah, that's basically kind of the conditions from C there. All right. So I'm going to grab another OR node. There we go. All right, so I'm going to call that both signals. There we go. Let's see. So these OR nodes, are basically for testing. But some people do like to, to see the bloodhound output, from these testing points where you can take a preview of some other part of the logic, so you can see when one of the earlier conditions is happening or has happened, that kind of gives you a heads up that there's a possible signal coming. But I'm just going to label these as just testing points. So call it good. But if you like to see that kind of heads up, then you could use these OR nodes instead. So, but let's just leave this in a nice clean state. And so now, if we scan through this, all right, this is all the signals. So let's see. So the first one here, or the one in the middle, this is a one indicator pullback, and then this is also a one indicator pullback. Yeah, so it's the RSI just pulling back and re-entering, pulling back and re-entering. Yeah, and then here, let's see. Oh, this actually looks like, yeah, all indicators left, and then a double indicator re-entry. Yeah, a two indicator re-entry. Yeah, we can see the double stochastics had pulled back as well and then re-entered. So, yeah, all right. Yeah, so again, a one indicator pullback, a one indicator pullback, and let's see. Yeah, these doubles here are. What's it? Yeah, all right. Yeah, so both of these look like a one indicator pullback. Again, the RSI doing its little pullback. One indicator pullback. So let's see here. One indicator pullback. A single indicator pullback. Yep, same. Yeah, most of these are just going to be a one indicator pullback of the RSI, it looks like. And, oh, here we go. So here we actually have a double indicator pullback and re-entry. But first we get a single indicator. Let's see. And, oh. Well, we're not done yet. Oh, I'm surprised I didn't see this earlier. Oh, what an oversight. Yeah, so the RSI had definitely crossed into no man's land. So we need to find out what's going on there. So I'm going to be, I figured this signal here, which, let's pull that up, and let's mark this on the chart as invalid. There we go. All right, so we need to find out how to kill this signal. So let's take a look back here. All right, yeah, so what we're looking at, right, this AND node is the all indicators left. So, yeah, all the indicators definitely left the oversold, but the RSI left a little too far. All right, so we need to fix this. Yeah, so we need to include, let's see, what do we need to include? There we go. So the indicator moved too far. Indicator moved too far. And, oh, what? Huh. So the RSI, yeah, is not, yeah, so when the RSI moves here, it's not being marked. One of these must be set incorrectly. Oh, oh wow. Okay, so man, so yeah, you know, the devil's in the details. So look at that. So the so the RSI moved above and outside, right? It moved above the no man's land. So, all right. So this is going to be a simple fix. I just need to figure out which additional output I need to use. Yeah. So, for example, right. So if the RSI is in between the no man's land, we're getting an output. But since this is a reset signal, we should basically just identify when the RSI is on the wrong side of our, no man land markings, of our values here that say the indicators move too far. So let's see. I think, if I remember correctly, I think we want something like this. Okay. Yeah. So if the indicator, is moving upward, if it's in the upper level, we want long signals, right? So because when the indicators go oversold, right, we're generating long signals, right? This is a counter trend system, and so if you remember from earlier discussion, right, when we're resetting this signal blocker and resetting this signal extender, we're using signals in the same direction. We're using reset signals that are in the same direction. So in other words, right, if the indicators are oversold, we're looking to generate a long signal, right? Yeah, I mean, Yeah, so right there we have a green arrow because our indicators, our double stochastic and RSI went oversold, and so we were looking for a long signal. And so at the same time, if an indicator violates some kind of condition, we're also generating a long signal that is killing the long signal. So we're using a long signal to reset the function nodes here, to reset the signal extender and the signal blocker. And that all, normally you use a signal in the opposite direction, but what happened is actually input actually, yeah, that's right. So this signal blocker is using a signal in the opposite direction. However, this signal extender is using signals in the same direction. So, all right, well, before I go too far, let me just double check something. All right, so this signal extender, yeah, it's generating long signals when the indicators are oversold. And so let me look at the resets here. And yeah, so it's long signals that's resetting it. Okay. All right. So going back to our threshold solvers, which are detecting if the indicator moves, outside of our range that we want them to be in, right? So if the indicator moves too far to the opposite side, right? So that condition, right? So that's this reset here for rule B. Here, let's pull this up, right? That's rule B here, right? Making sure the indicator doesn't move past 60 or past 40, right? And so, yeah, so if the indicator goes too high, we're going to generate a long signal. So if the indicator goes from 40 or 0.4 all the way up to 1, that means the indicator's moved too far. And so for the short output, we're just going to match the opposite, right? So the 0 outputs are in the middle, right? And everything else is basically kind of mirrored. And so we're just going to do the same thing for the other threshold solvers here, right? We're going to do the same thing for all three of these threshold solvers. So let's see, yeah, we want zeros in the middle. Okay. So let's put a 1 there and a 1 there, and we have zeros in the middle. And do the same thing on the last solver. Put a 1 there, and zeros in the middle. And all right, I think that should do it. All right, this signal is removed. And just to take a look back here, yeah, all right, so here's what's happening. So from the AND node, right, the AND node is telling us when all the indicators left. Yeah, so I put the red diamonds there, telling us when all the indicators left, So the double stochastics left. The RSS had already left, or actually the RSS never went in. And then the RSI had left, but the RSI had moved too far. And so our signal extender, right, it's supposed to extend for 10 bars, but the signal extender was getting reset, right? So let's zoom back here. Yeah, so remember, we had reset, we had set this up, or we had adjusted our indicator resets here. So right there's a long reset on the same bar where the RSI went too far, and so that basically canceled the signal extender. Right, so the signal extender did not extend the signal's 10 bars because of that. So it actually had a reset at the same time that it had an input. Right, so remember, this AND node is the input to the signal extender. So the AND node generated a signal to be extended, but the reset also fired off on that same bar. So the signal extender just did not extend the signal. All right, and so that is what fixed the problem here. All right, let's wait for this. Yeah. So I guess again, let me just kind of summarize this quickly here. So really what fixed the problem was our logic here. So before the fix, that logic was only identifying the indicators inside the no man's land. But we needed really properly, that logic should have properly had identified when the RSI was on this side of the oscillator, right? So if the RSI moves anywhere past, goes anywhere past the lower white line, if it goes anywhere above the lower white line, right? That's the condition to cancel or fail the oversold setup, right? And then also what we did is, if the indicators go into an overbought setup, then if the indicator goes anywhere below the upper line, then that cancels it, right? So we broadened the reset condition, right? So originally the reset was only if the indicator was in between this no man's land, and we broadened that to say, okay, if the indicator goes below the upper line, anywhere below the upper line, or anywhere above the lower line, that's the proper way. That was actually the proper way to build this kind of cancellation condition here, right? Yeah, so basically if the indicator, goes anywhere less than 60 or anywhere more than 40, but the way it was originally coded, it was coded to say if it's in between 60 and 40, in between. So that's a lot different than saying, anywhere less than 60 or anywhere more than 40. Yeah. So there you go. So we fixed it to actually be less, we fixed the logic to actually be less than 60 or more than 40, not in between 60 and 40. So, all right. So there we go. Another little logic correction there. And so let's zoom that out, close that, expand that. And we did have a signal here. Let's see. All right, yeah, so we're going to have to see what happened here. Yeah, we did have a signal here. So this was all indicators leaving overbought, and then 2 indicators re-entering overbought. So what happened there? All right, yeah, so again, I was using the diamonds to mark all the indicators leaving the overbought, and then all right, so the all indicators left is being extended forward, so that's good. So it must be a problem with the logic looking for the 2 indicators to re-enter. Yeah, to re-enter. All right. Let's see that. Okay, so we have a signal on the double stochastics re-entering, but I don't see one for the RSI re-entering, so that must be our problem. Yeah. So let's narrow this down a little bit. So this AND node up top, that's our double stochastics. And there. Right, yeah, so there we go. There's our double stochastics re-entering the overbought. This is the RSS. Of course, the RSS doesn't quite get up there, but I'm going to name this anyways. There, RSS. Oops, RSS. And so here we go. So our RSI. Yep. See our RSI re-entering. No signal. Let's see. Yeah. So here we go. So it's working down here, right? So the RSI leaves, re-enters. Leaves, re-enters. So it's working there, but it's not working here. And yeah, so I know what the problem is. It's taking too long. The RSI is taking too long to get back to re-enter. So remember, yeah, earlier when we were building this, we gave the RSI a really short leash because this is what we were seeing most of the time. You know, a quick spike up and a quick entry back in. You know, a quick spike up and then maybe 2 bars to get back in. However, this time, wow, this time it's taking quite a few extra bars. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this time it's taken 5 bars to get back in. Yeah, all right, so right, so let's set this to 5. There. Yeah, there we go. That fixed it. 5 bars to get back in. Yeah, all right. And you know what? I can... Let's see. Yeah, I'm thinking I can make this logic a little more robust by replacing the look-back nodes with signal extenders, because signal extenders have resets. So Um, So I'm just deciding if I want to do this. Yeah. Yeah, what the heck. Let's do this. Let's make this better. So let's reorganize things a little bit. All right. Playing around with the layers too much. So I can replace these with signal extenders now that I have, a properly working, reset conditions here. So when the indicators move too far, right, that will be used to reset, the signal extender, which would basically invalidate this pullback reentry logic. So let's grab a signal extender. Oop. And let's see. So this look back is set to 8 bars, not 5. Okay, 8 bars. So we'll set this signal extender, I guess, to 10 bars, just for good measure. And then we'll hook in the reset. There we go. Get those looking nice and clean. And all right, so now let's test this out. Let's take a look at that AND node and make sure it's working as we expect it. And great. Yes, so there we go. So all right, looks like that's going to work. So there's one done. All right, this look back was set to 9. All right. There, we have everything connected. And so again, I'll just set this signal extender to 10 bars. We'll just throw an extra one in there. And last one. Let's see. Actually, let me just check out, test the RSS logic first. And yeah, that RSS sure doesn't do any double dips. Yeah, doesn't seem to be doing any pullbacks and re-entries at all. Well, here we have one, but man, it sure is taking a long time. But you know what? None of the indicators cross the no man's land. So, yeah, let's make this work correctly. So 10 is just not enough bars for that RSS to to do a re-entry, right? So all right, let's try 15 bars. There we go. All right, so 15 bars did it. And let's just count this out here. Okay, so that was 13 bars. All right, so it has 2 extra bars in the signal extender just in case. Great, so we were able to test the RSS logic. And so next we will test and let's see, yeah, next we'll test the Stochastics RSI logic. So this look back, let's see, oh, we have it set to 5. All right, not 3. It's so easy to forget to update the names. So let's just go 7 bars. We'll add 2 extra bars to what we had before. All right, so that's kind of the advantage of using a function node with the reset is, you know, you can extend things or block things for a couple of extra bars just for good measure, you know, as long as you're using a reset to make sure that you're, you know, resetting the function node, you know, when it should be. Every time it should be, I should say. So. There. All right, I'll just scooch these around a little bit. There. And obviously, yeah, we're gonna get RSIs, you know, pulling back and re-entering all over the place. So let's see here. Oh, and remember, these re-entries are being canceled by any of the indicators crossing the no man's land, right? So if any of these indicators move too far, that's going to cancel it. So like, for example, I was looking at right here, the RSI, right? It pulls back and then re-enters. However, the RSS canceled that, right? The RSS canceled that. So right now, the way the system's designed, any of these indicators can cancel any of the other indicators' re-entry signals, you know, pullback and re-entry signals, right? So we're just, you know, I'm just kind of taking this, you know, rule B here to interpreting it very, very broadly to just cancel the whole thing, you know. So if you wanted to kind of tie things down a little more, so say that so that, you know, only the RSI can cancel the RSI reentry. Yeah, or say that, let's see here. Let's see if I can find another example. Yeah, here we go. So if you only wanted the double stochastics to cancel its reentry, right? So the double stochastics, you know, did cross into the no man's land. But if you only wanted the double stochastics to kind of cancel its reentry logic, you know, its reentry signal, then we could do that, you know, fairly simply, which is, right now, the reason why all three, any of the three indicators can cancel any of the others' reentries is because we're using an OR node. So if you only wanted, right, the double stochastics to be canceled by the double stochastics going into the no man's land, then you would just take the double stochastics, you know, threshold solver, and you would connect that directly into the signal extender, right? So instead of having all three indicators, right, from the OR node, you would just take the individual indicators threshold solver and connect that directly into the reset. So yeah, so that's it. That's easy to do. Let's take a look at this again. Let's connect that in. There. And let's see. I think I lost my spot here. Let's see, where were we? Well, I'm not finding that spot on the chart. Yeah, I remember it was the RSI taking a few extra bars to do its dip and re-entry. All right, well, yeah, maybe we'll find it again, but let me take a look at this. And, oh, no, actually that's good. Yeah. So, yeah. Those are all good. Ah, here it is. It was right here. We found it. All right. Yeah, so this was the missing one. Let's just mark that for good measure. So, yeah, so we have the RSI, RSS, 2 out of 3. And then, let's see. Yeah, so we do have one indicator remaining in the overbought. All right, so this was just a simple one indicator remaining in the overbought. So just a one indicator pullback and reentry. Yeah, so all right, so I think this one was missing because the stochastics took an extra bar to do its pullback and reentry. There. Okay, so that's all good. Yeah, and these are the same signals, you know, at least one indicator remaining overbought, and then so it only needs a one indicator pullback. And here, oh yeah, okay, so here we actually have all indicators left the overbought, and then we have 2 indicators going back into the overbought. Yeah, so two indicator reentry right there, and that is just a single indicator reentry. All right, so there's that. All right, so here we go. We got 3 indicators oversold. All indicators leave, and then 2 indicators re-enter. And yeah. And yeah, I think this was an area. Yeah, this was an area where the RSI had moved too far away, so it canceled these re-entries. Yep. Yeah, these are all pretty straightforward. One indicator re-entries. Yep, because we have one indicator remaining oversold. Let's take a look at these overbought. Yep, one indicator remaining overbought, one indicator re-entries. Yep, same there, same there. Actually, no. This is a one indicator, and so this is a double indicator re-entry. Yep, okay. Okay, so the double stochastics was overbought. Yeah, so we had a 2 indicator, 2 of 3 indicator overbought, and then the RSI pulls back and re-enters. All right, so that's good. Yeah, so we had 2 out of 3, and yeah, we had 2 out of 3, all indicators left, and then 2 indicators re-entered. All right, this is a double indicator reentry. It's all good. Let's see. Yeah, probably noticed we have these kind of partial outputs here. So let's see what's going on there. Yeah, there's one right there. And I think I already know where that's coming from. Yep. There we go. That's coming from this additive node. Yeah, I was wondering if this squared was going to work. Nope, I didn't think so. So we'll just have to use, actually, yeah, we'll just use, to clean this up, we'll use the signal counter again to clean this up. So just like we did here, right? This is a signal counter, and we're using it just to kind of clean up the signals, to strip out the fuzzy logic component of the additive node, right? So yeah, we'll copy that, and all right, that's all we needed. So if we look at it now, there we go. So all of those, partial outputs was removed. There, connect that back in. Oh, and we still have a partial output. What is that coming from? And I think that's coming from the signal blocker. Yeah, I had left the blocked output on, so let's turn that off. See if that fixes it. Did it? Yeah, there we go. That fixed it. Yep, that fixed it. So, yeah. Actually, maybe we don't need this signal counter to clean, kind of strip out the fuzzy logic. And yes, we do. Okay, so those partial outputs are still there. All right. All right, so this signal is a double indicator reentry, a double indicator reentry, and these are just single indicator reentries. Yeah. All right. So I think everything's looking good. So yeah, let's wrap it up with this. I think everything's in great shape now. So let's just do a recap to close things out as to what we have here. So our core logic up here, right, that is detecting the first part of our system here. And let's see. Let me stretch this out so I can get the notepad up here. Right, so that's basically this part 1 up here. Just detecting when we get 2 out of 3 indicators in their overbought or oversold state. All right, so that's this logic up here. So we did improve the resets here. Yeah, we did improve some of the signal, the signal blocker. Yeah, that's right. We improved the signal blocker, so it wasn't blocking too much. Right, we found out that the signal blocker was blocking a little too much, so we improved the reset logic. You know, we built a whole new reset logic that uses crossovers. To improve that. Let's see. This right here is kind of like the fundamental indicators here, right? So these are the solvers, I should say. These are the fundamental solvers here that are detecting when the indicators go into the overbought, oversold values, right? So one threshold solver for each indicator, right? So these guys are doing a lot, basically the fundamental work of detecting that overbought, oversold condition there, right? And then we're using the additive node to identify when we have 2 out of 3, at least 2 out of 3 indicators, overbought, oversold. All right, and then a little further down the logic chain, there we go. So down here at the bottom, right, so this logic right there, all of that, it's a bunch of crossover solvers with a signal extender, because this is right, so the first set of crossover solvers and OR node, that is detecting the indicator crossing out of the zone, right? Then we extend the signal, and then the other set of crossover solvers and OR node, that is detecting the indicator crossing back into the zone, right? And zone, I mean overbought, oversold, right? So this logic here is what's detecting the indicators doing their little pullback and re-entry, right? The cross out and the cross back in. So that's what that is doing. And we improved this a little bit by using signal extenders and the reset conditions here. Right. So there you go. So this is detecting when each of the 3 indicators are basically pulling back and then re-entering into the zone. Right. And then these 3 solvers in the OR node, that's our root logic that detects if an indicator moves too far, out too far away, right? So if any one of these indicators moves out of the oversold, overbought area, right? Which that is, that's B, right? That's condition B here. That's what these 3 solvers are doing. So, and let's see. All right. Yeah, so we have the indicator pulling back and re-entering. We have that going into the system, right? So we have the core signal, the 2 out of 3 kind of core setup signal going in, and then the indicator pullback going in, and then this logic here in the middle. Let's see if I can select it. Yeah, there we go. So this in the middle, this was an exclusionary logic, because when the indicator crosses back in, when the indicator crossed back in into the zone, we needed to make sure that the indicator that crosses back in was not used to it was not used as the indicator that was to remain inside. So for example, right, we can see the double stochastics, right, it remained overbought. So when the RSI dipped out and re-entered, we needed to make sure that the RSI was not used to confirm that there was a indicator that remained overbought or oversold, right? So this logic here excludes the indicator that dips out and re-enters. So in other words, one of the other indicators has to remain in the overbought oversold. So this was an exclusionary set of logic for the right, and that was for the one indicator, the one indicator part of the rules, right? So that was for basically A and B and C. That was for A, B, and C, right? Now for D and E was all indicators leaving, so that was that wasn't plagued by the problem that needed the exclusionary logic, right? So so for D and E, where basically all 3 indicators exit or leave the overbought oversold zone, right? Then we needed 2 indicators to go back in. So that is why we have this logic down here with an additive node. So the additive node is verifying that we have at least 2 out of the 3 pullback and re-entry logics or indicators, that we at least have 2 out of 3 of this, doing the pullback and re-entry, right? And so that's why that is going into this AND node. So again, the AND node up top, right, that's for, actually, let's do this. That's for A, B, and C, right? That's A, B, and C conditions. And this one down here is really, well, it is also C, but it's D and E. So primarily it's D and E. So yeah. So for D and E requires, right, 2 indicators to re-enter. And so we used an additive node to ensure that we have 2 indicators re-entering the overbought oversold zone. So okay, so that's kind of a summary and a breakdown of these kind of core groups of logic here that we built. So all right, well, with that, guys, I hope you all learned a lot. This was definitely one of the more complex systems that has been done in the workshop. It's definitely a record holder as of to date for its length, for its video length, and basically explanation of walking through it. But at the same time, hopefully you learned a whole lot as well. Hopefully you learned a whole lot about, testing your system, debugging this system, and then finding solutions, right? Just building upon your logic and improving upon it, until you get to, the correct logic that's, generating the signals that you want perfectly. So, okay, guys, with that, have a good one, and we'll see you in the room again.